Hi, Astrologer Joe here, and I've got some really exciting news. I want to share with you my Introduction to Astrology course, free of charge. It's designed to take you from the beginner's level to the professional level. So even if you know your stuff, this is a good refresher and to build on your knowledge that you already have. So there are timestamps below the video to help you navigate the lessons. So I hope you enjoy it. Thanks. Hi there, and welcome to Astrology with Joe. In this first lesson, we're going to talk about astrology, its origins, and what it all means. This is the introduction to astrology. So let's get going. To understand astrology, you must first have to understand what this is all about. Astrology is a system that suggests a correlation between celestial phenomena and events on Earth, as well as human affairs and personality traits. It's an ancient practice that has been around for thousands of years, with roots in various cultures around the world, and I'm going to cover all of that in this presentation. In astrology, practitioners analyze the position and movements of the celestial bodies, such as planets and stars, as well as their relationship with each other, to make predictions and gain insights into individual lives and personalities. These celestial bodies are typically divided into 12 zodiac signs, each associated with specific traits and characteristics. I'm going to cover that in future lessons, but I will go over the brief overview of what astrology is all about and where it originated from. So in order to understand astrology, we first have to look at where it came from. The history of astrology spans thousands of years and was absolutely heavily influenced by various cultures and civilizations. So let's dive in a little deeper and kind of understand where this stuff all came from. Basically, what we could tell, it came from the ancient Mesopotamian area, Babylon, Sumer, which is this region over here in the Middle East. Okay, around the late 4th century BCE, astrology is believed to originate in this region, basically present-day Iraq. Babylon astrologers made celestial observations and developed the earliest known astrological systems based on the movements of the celestial bodies. If you're in the desert and you have, nothing better to do, you're looking at the stars, eventually you'll begin to see patterns. You'll begin to see stars that show up and planets that show up, and you begin to realize some sort of connection to them. So here is another depiction of that region. Here's Mesopotamia. Okay, this was sandwiched between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, right here, Mesopotamia. And this culture was very advanced. I mean, it had buildings, modern buildings and structures. They had canals, sewers, waterways. They really were more advanced than we give them credit for. And they were very innovative, creating language, governance, architecture. The Sumerians, which were the first culture to be there, it was first the Sumerians, and then later on came the Babylonians and the Assyrians. And they were basically known as the creators of modern civilization as we know it today. So the Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians established the Zodiac system, tracking planetary movements and recording eclipses and other celestial events on clay tablets. Their astronomical records are considered the earliest known, dating back to the 2nd millennium BCE. So once again, we had a group of people studying the stars and the planets and the movements, and they began to record it on these clay tablets, which they called cuneiform. Cuneiform is an oldest forming word known as wedged shapes, and you could see that here. And so they began to write this down with a reed stylus, making wedge shapes. And then basically, this is the most famous of all of these writings is the Epic of Gilgamesh. And so there are many of these tablets that were found and discovered and interpreted. And so this is how we know what they were doing in tracking time and understanding the cycles. Now, their brand of astrology was completely different than ours today. And this is because the magnetic North Pole has shifted, in 4,000 or 5,000 years. They saw a different astrological system. and they used their own system. They didn't use the modern version we have today, but they were tracking some of the main constellations in the sky, like Orion and Sirius and the Pleiades and some of the others. There were like 6 or 7 of them that they were literally focused in on. But the Sumerian tablets, this is one of the most famous and one of the oldest that they discovered there. Shows the Sumerians here, an astrologer, and they have this little picture here of our solar system. Now, how did they know that there were 10 planets? Okay, they understood there were 10 planets here. In the picture, there's 10 planets. And then there's these other bodies on the outside. These could have been asteroids, as you hear, Sirius, Eris, and also this mysterious planet right here, which they call Planet X, or we call Planet X. We're not quite sure about that. But they knew about this, the cycles and the patterns, and they began to see the correlation, and they began to write things down and track the systems of the movements of these planets. So very important stuff, but it all dates back to the Sumerian Babylonian era. As a matter of fact, here are the Sumar or Sumerian gods, Enlil, Enaki, Atu, Anana, Ninurta, and Akkad. They had a very similar, this was another culture. Anu, Sin, Samas, Istar. You could see the correlation between, and then the planets, Jupiter, the moon, the sun, Venus, Mercury, Saturn, and Mars. Now, we only have the 7 because that's what we could see with sort of the telescope that they had back then, because they were very obvious. You could actually clearly see them in the night sky. We didn't discover the outer planets till later on, Uranus, Pluto, Neptune, when we developed satellites and other technologies. But these were primarily the gods that they used here. As you see here, God of the heaven, main God, God of air and earth. Jupiter is the largest body in our solar system. So they gave this a very prominent, myth or story to it. And I'll get into all of that when we get into the planets in another lesson. The moon goddess, of course, she was associated with fertility and prosperity. And the sun god, of course, which is the giver of life, Venus, the goddess of love and war and partnerships, Mercury, the symbol that represents communication, Saturn, the great war and hunting symbol, as you can see here, and of course Mars, the god of plague, famine, and war in the underworld. And I'll get into all of these in another lesson, but I just want to give you an overview of what it was like when they discovered all this and they began to write about it. Then we move on to another era, which is very well known in astrology, the Egyptian astrology. Now here we have a different take completely on the astrology, but they were also heavily influential in a lot of the astrology, because they were also fantastic at understanding cycles and patterns, and they assigned different gods in their own culture to what they were going through. So in ancient Egypt, around the 3rd millennia BC, Egyptian civilization also had its own form of astrology, which influenced later the Greek and Roman astrological practices, and we will get into that as well. The Egyptians observed the movements of celestial bodies and associated with the deities and natural phenomena. And here's a depiction of their astrology zodiac wheel as well. Okay, so very important to understand this, because we're starting to see a development of the ancient cultures and then how it ties into modern society today. Here is an overview of their gods. We're all very well known with Ra, Isis, Seth, Osiris, Amun, Horus, Mut, and Anubis. Okay, these were the primary gods, and as you notice, there are quite a few of them, and this is the correlation between the time frame of that time when they were said to influence that era. So we have a sun god, we have an Isis, which was associated with the moon or fertility, Seth, which was the death of the underworld, Osiris, another underworld figure, Amun, more of a teacher, Horus, again, later on was also depicted as a sun god, Mot, and Anubis, the dog man, but this is also a correlation to Sirius. So they understood the connection of the heavens to the movement of, what was going on up there, to the activity and civilization that was going on in human behavior. And they were masters at it. But then when we come to the Greek and Roman era, this is where we have the modern astrology today. This is where it really took off, because the Romans and the Greeks really heavily influenced society at this time. They took, especially the Greeks, and I'm going to cover the Greeks a little bit more in depth, but the Greeks basically were fantastic at understanding human behavior, and they, were great philosophers. And then, of course, the Romans and the empire and that just took over for the longest period of time. These two cultures had a heavily influence, strong influence on astrology. So here we see their depiction of the gods. Okay, in Greek we have the Zeus god. In Roman we have Jupiter, king of the gods. Once again, because Jupiter is the largest body in our solar system, therefore it has the biggest significance, because they saw this and they saw that it was a huge object and seemed to have had a very strong influence over human behavior. And so this was one of the most important gods to them. These other ones here, these are asteroids, which I will get into later on in another video. Poseidon, Neptune. They knew about Neptune. Okay, they had a story. This was Poseidon in Greek and Neptune in Roman. God of the sea. We will cover that under the planets. Saturn, or Kronos, youngest son of Uranus, father of Zeus. Now, again, we're starting to see the mythology behind these figures. Aphrodite, and Venus, the goddess of love, also another planet. Pluto, the Hades in Greek, and Pluto in the Roman, god of the underworld. We will cover all of that as well. Here's another asteroid, Apollo, which is really associated with the sun god. Okay, but they used Apollo, both used Apollo. Athena, this is another version of Venus. So you could see they began to create these myths and stories around the planetary movements. Diana, which was also, here she was called Aramis in Greek, also a moon god. Mars, we can't get over this one. There's a lot to cover when we get into the planets in Mars, god of war. Mercury, which was also known as Hermes in Greek, messenger of the gods. This is another figure, but it's not really an asteroid. Persephone. You could see how Uranus, which is very important in astrology, and we'll cover that, the father of the Titans. But you could see how they saw the movement of the planets. They gave them names in mythologies to correlate to human behavior, and we'll later get on with that. But here, notice the name in Greek, the Nike, Victoria, goddess of victory. Very interesting that the Nike brand was used here, to push a sneaker and a whole brand for victory, and it was used in sports. So very interesting correlation between that. Here we have another depiction, and Solus, the sun. Hercules was another myth which was associated with the cultures and the movements of the planets. By the way, these are all constellations. Mythology, from the Greek word mythos, meaning a narrative, a logos, meaning speech or argument, refers to a body of stories that attempts to explain the origins and fundamental values of a given culture and the nature of the universe and humanity. See, they understood the movements. They created these mythologies or stories to give you a significance, to show you what they were talking about when they were referencing the stars and the heavens. And so what really made the Greeks stand out of all of these ancient cultures is they took the ancient Sumerian and Babylonian information. And since the Greeks were very famous astrologers, and here's just a few, to name a few: Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Thales of Miletus. These people were not just famous philosophers, but I also discovered that many of them were using hallucinogenics to basically leave their bodies or access information beyond the physical realm. This is a very common practice in Greece, when they had the women taking, they had these mountains where the women would go in, certain women who are very highly intuitive, and they would ingest a lot of the gas fumes that were coming out of the cave, and would go into this altered state of consciousness and began to reveal a lot of information about society and human behavior and spirituality. And these great philosophers were doing the same thing, and they were beginning to write and understand human behavior and cycles and patterns. And this is how, when you read the myths, you can't read them as just fantasy and storytelling. You have to try and understand that they were trying to tell humanity about human behavior and human cycles and how they were influencing us physically, emotionally, psychologically, and the whole 9 yards. And the Greeks really made this famous. In astrology, they made this famous. And when we get over the mythologies, we'll see the correlation from what they were talking about and how human behavior. And zodiac is also a term from Greek, the Greek word of zodiac, which means circle of animals or animal belt, as you could see here. This is what they were referring to. They knew that the sun and the earth was somehow being influenced by these constellations. Now, we know the sun doesn't really move. It does spiral, but it moves and it spins. But the earth and the other planets are revolving around the sun, and they understood this. And so when the earth was in a certain position, the sun, from our perspective on earth, would be pointing into a certain constellation. You see, here's the Aries constellation, and it would continue moving. And as it kept moving, it would point into another constellation. So they knew all this. So the word zodiac literally means circle of animals. So what do we see here? Mostly animals, right? And so these constellations are often presented by animals or mythological figures, hence the term circle of animals. Today we commonly refer to these segments of the signs of the zodiac. So this is what the term zodiac means and where it came from the Greeks. So very interesting, isn't it? Now, let's go through the eras here and continue to show you the development of astrology. And this will be a brief overview, the rise of medieval Europe. This is about the 5th century CE to about the 15th century CE. Astrology became intricate in the medieval European society, particularly during the Middle Ages. It was practiced by scholars, theologians, and court astrologers who used astrology charts for various purposes, including predicting events, advising rulers, and determining auspicious times for activity. Now, this was continuing, but at the same time, and we could see, by the way, we could see the art here. Here's Taurus the bull, here's the lion. These are both constellations in the heavens, and a lot of their art depicted this. But this figure here became a very big influential period during this time. As Christianity began to evolve, we started seeing more Christian influence from the church, the Roman church at this time. And here is a man, okay, with a figure of a sun behind his head, or a halo, if you will. Very important when we're looking at symbolism here. And so the rise of medieval Europe really started to see the rise of Christianity and moving away from astrology and paganism. Because before this, all of these cultures were looking at the pagan symbols and signs and understanding the cycles and how it correlates to human behavior. But as Christianity began to evolve, we began moving further and further away from actual astrology. And so we'll see that in the next era. So we also had the Islamic golden age as well at that time going on. Islamic scholars preserved and translated ancient astrological texts from Greek, Persian, and Indian sources. Astrology flourished in the Islamic world, with scholars like Abu Mashar and Al-Kandi making significant contributions to astrological theory and practice. Now, the thing about the Islamic culture is they were fantastic scientists. They were very technical, as you could see here at this image that I found. And they understood the cycles as well, because they began to study all of these ancient cultures before them. And they understood mathematics, they understood cycles, they understood patterns. And so it really flourished in the Islamic world at this time. So this was a very important era as well for the Islamic culture, but kept it going. Then we enter the Renaissance era. Now, this is where it really started to get really interesting. The 14th to 17th century. Astrology experienced a revival during this Renaissance period as scholars sought to reconcile it with emerging scientific knowledge. However, with the rise of modern science and the scientific revolution, astrology gradually declined in intellectual prestige but remained popular among the general public. Because of the rise of Christianity and the kings of the time, they basically started poo-pooing astrology and saying that, the people shouldn't be using this. It was evil. It was wrong. And so the church was heavily influencing the astrology. But meanwhile, they were heavily using it as well. So the kings started pushing away from astrology. But one of the most famous astrologers is Nostradamus, to come out of that era. Okay? And he had a talk in code. This is why his quatrains are so kind of mysterious and not vague, but they couldn't he couldn't literally say what he wanted to say for fear of being, basically beheaded or something along those lines. So this Renaissance period started to see resurgence because of this man, because he was heavily influencing the queen at the time and the leaders and making predictions. He was very well revered. And as you know today from the writings, he heavily influenced society today as we know it. So this is one of the most famous astrologers to come out of that period. But as we move forward into the modern era, now this is where it gets really interesting, is in the 20th and 21st century, it started making a comeback, especially with statements like this by J.P. Morgan. Millionaires don't use astrologies, billionaires do. That's right, because they started to see that the cycles were heavily influencing human behavior. Now, at this point, as we move forward in society, we see the advancement of technology in the industrial era. And so we went further and further away from astrology, but it continued to be there in the presence. Astrology continued to evolve in the modern era, adapting to cultural changes and technological advances that began the scientific era. It experienced a resurgence in the 20th century, particularly in the West, with the growth of popular astrology, horoscope columns, and the New Age. Basically, in California and the western part of the United States, we basically started looking at things from a different perspective, especially during the 60s with the drug era and hallucinogenics. People were able to dive into this stuff and begin to understand it, and there was a resurgence of this. So very influential in, after the 1960s, I would say. But it was made really famous in the early part of the 20th century by this woman, Evangeline Adams. She was a famous astrologer, as you can see here. This is when she lived. And very famous, very well known, very well paid. And there's a whole history on her online that you could look up. But she was a famous professional astrologer in New York City that was put on trial for fortune telling. Now, during that time, there were a lot of fortune tellers, a lot of people scamming people out of money. But this one particular woman was very well known, so she was brought to trial. And during her trial, Miss Adams was presented with an anonymous birth chart. She gave a detailed personality profile and predicted an early death by water. The birth chart was of the judge's son who had just recently drowned. Quickly knowing this, the judge quickly acquitted Miss Adams of all wrongdoing and praised her for her skill. After, she gave him an astrology reading describing the character of his son from his birth chart. So this really made astrology, solidified astrology at the turn of the century. And every astrologer knows who this woman is because she was like the person that really gave credibility to astrology in the 20th century, and we still use it today. And so she was amazingly accurate, making predictions and understanding cycles and patterns, and that's what astrology is. So she really made a significant contribution to modern astrology as we know it. So what is astrology? Astrology is a symbolic language for understanding cycles and patterns that correlates to human behavior and activities. By studying the constellations and understanding where the moon is and the sun and the planets, at a certain given time, they seem to influence human behavior. This is what this very famous depiction, the Da Vinci Man, is all about, around the constellation. So when we see stuff like this is suggesting that human behavior seems to be tied into or influenced by these planetary movements. And that's why we all know our birth signs, and this is why we all are curious to a certain extent what sign is influencing our personality in our birthday. Okay, so this is what astrology is all about. So as we dive into the next lesson, we will dive into the 12 signs of the zodiac. So that's going to be the next lesson coming up. So join me there. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye for now. Hi, and welcome back to the next lesson. This one is going to be about the zodiac signs. I will cover the 12 basic zodiac signs, what it means, what they're all about. So if you're ready, let's get going. Okay, so let's talk about the 12 zodiac signs in astrology. Here they are, as you can see here, and I'm pretty sure almost everyone knows all about these signs and symbols. And here they are in order: first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and so on. And I will go through each sign and show you what it's all about. Here are the glyphs associated with each symbol and sign. And you'll notice they're in a circle here, which the word zodiac means circle of animals, as I covered in my last video. And so we're going to dive deeper into what this all means and why this is important. So first, you have to understand that the 12 zodiac signs represent the 12 constellations. When we look up at the night sky, we are looking at the constellations. So what these ancient cultures discovered, and modern science today has discovered, is that when we, here we are on Earth, and as we're moving around the sun, the sun is actually in front of us, and it's pointing to a certain constellation. So that's how it works in astrology. So here we have, the creators of astrology started with the first sign of Aries here, and I'll cover why that is. I'll go into all the detail. But primarily, the constellations, or the 12 signs of the zodiac, represent those 12 that we see the most. They're the most common ones that we could see from our perspective here on Earth. And that's why we use the 12. Now, I know there's a 13th constellation, Ophiuchus, and I will probably cover that in a separate video altogether, because that one has a special connotation to it. And a lot of astrologers from time to time have talked about it and what it means. And the reason we don't use it is because whoever created the astrology back when decided it was more favorable to have 12, because 12 seems to be a very special number throughout history, and divided all the signs equally in the Western astrology, so that you have 30 degrees, or somewhere between 28 and 30 days for each sign. So let's dive in deeper and see what this looks like. So let's start off with the first sign of Aries. Now, this is usually between March the 21st and April the 19th. And the psychological type of this sign is intuitive. The positive sign is masculine, and the element is fire. Okay, so these are symbolic. Everything in astrology is symbolism. It's symbolism of energy. Everything in this universe is made up of some form of energy, and these symbols represent that energy. So if you look at Aries, and I'll show you what I'm talking about in the next slide, but the symbol of Aries is assertive, sexual, able to climb, to gain heights. The quality is cardinal, and I will get into cardinal. Cardinal means action. And Aries is active, energetic, impulsive, optimistic, open to change. The ruling planet is Mars, the ancient god of war. Remember when we talked about the Greek and Roman gods, especially the Greek gods? Mars, the god of war. Aggression, conflict. Mars's influence fosters tension. Okay, this is a sign that is very much fiery and get up and go. Parts of the body is associated with the head. Here we see the ram's head. Okay, Aries people are prone towards headaches and minor injuries towards the head. The birthstone is diamond, attracts love, financial success, new in ventures. The diamond is particularly lucky for Aries people, who, when worn on the left side, which is the receiving side of the body. The special color is red. the color of fire. The lucky number is 1 and 9. The lucky day of the week is Tuesday. The metal is iron. And the key word to Aries is I am. I am. The dominant word here is I am. Okay, everything when you hear or talk to an Aries person, they're always saying, I am this, or I am that, or I am, they're reflective of the energy that's dominating in their charts. So let's take a closer look at some samples of the symbolism in Aries. Okay, we said that it's the ram. What do rams like to do, right? Butt heads against each other, correct? This is one of the things that they're very well known for. And we see this in life, too, when we look at human behavior. We see boxing is a perfect example of Aries energy. Two people get into a ring and they're hitting each other in the head, just like the rams. Do you see the symbolism there, friends? We also have, because this is associated with Mars, the god of war, we see soldiers and war associated with this symbol. You see, again, it's a symbolic language for understanding the energy. Once you understand the energy, now you really got a good grasp on what it means. And later on, when we go into the houses and then we start creating charts, you will see how it really plays itself out. The next sign in the zodiac is Taurus the bull. Okay, between April the 20th and May the 20th, psychological type is perceptive. It's a negative sign, which is feminine. Each sign has a polarity, a positive and a negative. That's just how it works. The element is earth. This is a heavy earth sign, symbolized by the bull. Strong, stubborn, plotting, can be both fierce and gentle. The quality is fixed. This is a very heavy fixed sign. Taurus is quiet, affectionate, patient, stable, determined, and practical. Stubborn absolutely fits the umbrella of Taurus energy. The ruling planet is Venus, Roman goddess of beauty and the arts, pleasure, emotions. Venus's influence inclines towards a love of luxury. Part of the body ruled by Taurus is the neck and the throat. As you can see, we're going down the body now. We have the head first with Aries. Now we have Taurus, which is the neck and shoulders. The birthstone is emerald, protects against infidelity and deceit, ensures loyalty. The color is pale blue and mauve, soft colors. The lucky day is Friday. Lucky numbers 6 and 4. The metal is copper, and the dominant key word here with Taurus is I have. Taurus is the sign of the material possessions. It also represents money, and so this is symbolic of this sign. Let me show you what I mean. Here's some of the symbolism of Taurus. Do you see how Wall Street uses the symbol of the bull here? And all throughout history, they use the symbol of the bull to understand certain cycles. And so since Taurus represents the side of building and building structures and foundations and money, this is the actual symbol of that. Here's a perfect example in heavy equipment. Here's the bull in real life, is very slow and easygoing and takes a lot for it to be motivated. But here is another symbolic way of looking at the Taurus energy. Here's a big Caterpillar bulldozer, which is very slow and gets the job done and, moves lots of earth in due time. And then, of course, the love of luxury, having a big fancy car. Taurus energy loves to own things. It loves to accumulate things, especially wealth. Okay, this is associated with this symbol. So I hope you're seeing the symbolism here. The next sign in the zodiac is Gemini, May the 21st through June the 20th. The psychological type here is thinking. They're positive in nature, masculine. The element is air. This is symbolized by the twins, associated with duality, humanism, versatility, communications. Its quality is not actually fixed. This is not correct. It's mutable. Gemini is lively, energetic, versatile, and intellectual. Lives primarily in the mind rather than the emotions and is extremely adaptable to new situations. The ruling planet for Mercury, the ancient messenger of God, Mercury rules communication, all kinds of communication. Do you see that with the twins? How they, talk back and forth to each other? They love to travel. Its influence emphasizes a nervous temperament. They're always fidgety. The energy is very fidgety. parts of the body are the hands, the arms, and the shoulders. Notice how we have twin parts in our bodies: two hands, two arms. They're reflective of two lungs. They're reflective of each other. Again, a symbolic language. Geminis are susceptible to strains and accidents involving arms and hands, also prone to bronchitis. The birthstone is agate, a precious stone that protects them from deception and falsehood and bestows eloquence, especially in declarations of love. And the lucky number here is 5 and 9. The lucky day is Wednesday. The metal is Mercury. And the dominant keyword here is I think, because this is the sign of communication, right? So let's take a look at some of the symbolism behind Gemini. Obviously, twins. And in society, we see twins everywhere, right? So this is the nature of the energy that's influencing that sign. And of course, communication. All kinds of communication. And with the question mark there, Geminis are very curious. This energy is a very curious energy. And so it loves to communicate and think about ideas and process information. And I use the chameleon here because this is a very versatile animal. And that's what Geminis are. Remember in the slide it said versatility. This is a little creature that adapts to its environment. It blends in. It creates. It changes itself into the current environment. I'm hoping you folks are seeing the symbolism here. Now, the fourth sign of the zodiac is Cancer, the crab. June 21st through July 22nd, psychological type is feeling. Negative sign is feminine. The element is water. So we've had Aries, which is fire, Taurus, which is earth, and then we had Gemini, which is air, and now we have water. These are the four elements in the zodiac, the Western zodiac. So the symbol is the crab, possessing an impenetrable exterior, covering soft, fresh underneath, a fleshy underneath. At the first sign of danger, it withdraws into its shell and scuttles back to the sea where it feels safe. And so the quality is carnal, again, another action-oriented sign. Cancer is receptive, sensitive, and imaginative, sympathetic, kind and emotional. Its ruling planet is the moon, which waxes and wanes and exerts a powerful magnetic influence. The part of the body now is the breasts and stomach. Now we're going down the body. Cancerians love to eat and have to fight over weight. They are also subject to digestive ailments caused by tension and emotional stress. And the birthstone is pearl, changing bad fortune into good, discord into harmony. Okay, so the numbers here, the favorable numbers are 3 and 7. The lucky day is Monday, or Moon Day, as it used to be called. And the metal is silver. And the dominant word here is I feel. So we had I am, and we have I have, and I think, and now we have I feel. Okay, and so now let's look at some of the symbolism of Cancer. The one thing, because of feelings, is the emotions. They feel everything. They sense everything. They go up and down, happiness, sadness, and so on. The symbol of Cancer is associated with motherhood. Also, it's very family-oriented. The sign of Cancer represents family, the foundation. That's why I put a foundation picture here. This represents the foundation. This is what Cancers thrive for the most, is feeling like they belong and they have a stable environment, you see. And so this is the fourth sign of the zodiac. Now, as we go into the fifth sign of the zodiac, we have Leo the lion, July 23rd through August the 22nd. Its psychological type is intuitive. It's a very positive masculine sign, and its element, once again, is fire. So now we're starting again with the fire, earth, air, water symbolism. So here we have the symbol of the lion, regal, brave, dominating, possessing a nobility and pride. Okay, quality is fixed. Leo's enthusiastic, powerful, expansive, and creative, generous, extravagant. The ruling planet is the sun, a star that burns with intensity, intense fires, and supplies light, heat, and energy. The part of the body is the back, the spine, and the heart. Emotional strain and physical overexertion could cause back and spine ailments in Leo people. The birthstone is ruby, protects against physical injury, and ensures faithfulness. It also brings its wearer serenity of the mind. Lucky numbers are 8 and 9. The lucky day is Sunday. The metal is gold, and the dominant word here is I will. Okay, so we see a very strong fiery sign and symbol in the Leo energy. So let's take a closer look. the symbolism of Leo in society. Okay, we have actors and performers who love to perform. They are very outgoing and they like to shine their light. So these are two Leos. I believe she's a Leo too. And love is associated with Leo. The sun is associated with Leo because that's its ruling planet. And the lion. Okay, look at the lion's head, the male lion's head there. Doesn't it look like a sun symbol, right? You see how the ancient cultures saw this symbolism and they began to equate it to what was going on in the stars, into human behavior? It's all a symbolic language, friends. This is a very creative sign. It's a very loving sign. And when danger approaches, it kicks up the bravery, just like the lion does in the wild. This is why it's called the king of the jungle. Okay? Again, think in terms of symbolism and you will get this. The next sign is Virgo. Virgo the virgin, the female, usually depicted as a female virgin. August 23rd to September 22nd, its psychological type is perceptive. The negative traits is feminine. Its polarity is negative. Element is earth. The symbol of the virgin, representing purity, modesty, industriousness, service to fellow workers. Quality is mutable. Mutable means it's able to change. Virgo is reserved, modest, practical, discriminating, and industrious. Analytical. That's very important with Virgo. Ruling planet is Mercury, ancient god of communication and commerce. Mercury rules intelligence and reason. Okay, and it predisposes towards a high-strung temperament. Part of the body ruled by Virgo now is the nervous system and the intestines. So now we're going inside the body. And the birthstone is sapphire, brings tranquility of the mind and protects against illness. The lucky day is Wednesday. The lucky numbers are 5 and 3. The metal, once again, is Mercury. It's the same as Gemini. And the dominant keyword is I analyze. Okay, so we have a different modality here. We have different energy here. So here are some of the things associated with the Virgin and Virgo. The symbolism, they love to analyze. They love to perfect things. Okay, this is perfect of a scientist or someone that likes to take ingredients and create and put them together. Virgo is associated with health, all forms of health, exercising, cooking, taking things and ingredients and making them better. Part of the healing arts. Sometimes Virgo energy could be a bit of a hypochondriac because it worries and analyzes everything back and forth. And I used Michael Jackson as a perfect example, and he was a Virgo, and you could see how he was a handsome young man, and then he morphed into something else because this ancestral need for perfection kept driving him to try and better himself and improve himself and wanting, never finding satisfaction. And Virgo is part of that because it loves to analyze everything. And because it's a polarity, a negative polarity, it tends to just beat itself up with the need for perfection to the point where it can not be healthy for them. So this is why I use Michael Jackson just to give you an example of what I was talking about. The next sign, the seventh sign of the zodiac, is the sign of Libra. Here we see September 23rd through October 22nd. The psychological type, again, is thinking. It's a positive polarity, which is masculine, and the element is air, symbolized by the scale, signifying balance, equilibrium, order, and justice. It's a cardinal sign, so it's action-oriented. Libra is active, artistic, easygoing, peaceable, prizes beauty and harmony. Let's see. Ruling planet is Venus, once again, like Taurus, love of beauty. Venus rules pleasure, social pursuits, art, and adornment. Its influence also inclines towards self-indulgence and love of luxury. Part of the body ruled by Libra. Now we're going down the body, the lower back and the buttocks and the kidneys. And the birthstone is opal, bringing financial success, freeing its wearer from jealousy and greed, and it imparts clear insights. The color is blue and lavender, the color of romance. And once again, the lucky number is Friday, just like Taurus. The lucky number, the lucky day is Friday. The lucky numbers are 6 and 9. And the metal is copper, just like Taurus. And the dominant keywords here is I balance. As you see the scales, I balance. So let's look at some of the symbolism for this sign. Here's a perfect example of this sign. We have the scales of justice, Lady Justice holding the scales, perfectly symbolized here in Libra. This is the sign of marriage and partnership. So what is it striving for in its life? Marriage, partnerships, relationships, and of course, beauty, anything related to the beauty industry, looking good and making sure you're appealing and alluring in some way. This all falls under the umbrella of Libra. Okay, you see the symbolism here, folks? I mean, this is amazing to see this symbolism. Now, the next sign in the zodiac is Scorpio. Now, this is October 23rd through November 21st. Its psychological type is feeling. Negative sign, feminine. Element, again, is water. This is symbolized by a scorpion, a secretive, deadly creature that can poison its enemies. It's a fixed sign. Scorpio is imaginative, passionate, emotional, subtle, persistent, intense. Its ruling planet is Pluto, ancient god of nether world and of the dead. Pluto rules regenerative forces and the beginnings and endings of phases in life. Part of the body ruled by Scorpio now is the genitals. So we're going down the body. The color is crimson or burgundy, maroon. The glowing colors of passion. The lucky day is Tuesday. The lucky numbers are 2 and 4. The metal is plutonium. And the dominant keyword here is I desire. Okay, so this is a very intense symbol here. And here we see some of the symbolism behind Scorpio. We see a destruction or a death and rebirth that takes place under the symbol of Scorpio. We see the sexuality associated with Scorpio. The tail of Scorpio represents a penis. Okay, and so this is part of the symbolism. And of course, spies and spy movies. What do we see? Just going through Netflix or looking online, tons of spy movies. This is also associated with this clandestine, secretive symbol of Scorpio. Okay, and these are just simple examples of each signs, but you get the gist of what I'm trying to get through here. The 9th sign of the zodiac is the sign of Sagittarius. This is November 22nd through December the 21st. Its psychological type is intuitive. It's a masculine energy, and again, we see a fire sign. It's symbolized by the archer, representing directness and love of outdoor activity and the chase. Its quality is mutable, means it's very flexible, energetic, ambitious, generous, freedom-loving, explorer, open to new ideas. Now, its ruling planet is Jupiter, the largest planet in our galaxy here, the most important Roman god, ruler of the heavens. Jupiter is the planet of good fortune, optimism, expansion, abundance. Now, the part of the body associated with Sagittarius is the liver, hips, and thighs. So we're going down the body. We went from the genitals now to the hips and the thighs. The birthstone is turquoise, attracts love, protects from harm. And here we have the color purple, uncommon color of royalty. The lucky day is Thursday. The lucky numbers are 5 and 7. The metal is tin. And the dominant keyword here, I see. Sagittarian energy loves to see things at a bigger scale, larger scale. And here are some examples of the symbolism of Sagittarius. They're very much adventurers. Anything to do with adventure, they are there. Whether it's jumping out of an airplane, whitewater rafting, cliff diving, whatever it is, its sense of feeling fortunate and lucky is associated with Sagittarius, and it likes to do things in a big way. Education, they love education. They love to learn. Many folks that are born in the Sagittarius love to get multiple degrees. They love to absorb information because they're looking for the knowledge and wisdom of the world and what it all means. And of course, religion falls under this umbrella as well. They love to study religion or follow a religion, or many times they become pastors and religious leaders. And so this is another symbol of the symbolism of Sagittarius, which I think is fascinating. The 10th sign of the zodiac is Capricorn, the mountain goat. December 22nd through January 19th. Its psychological type is perceptive. It's a negative feminine sign. Element is earth, once again. Here, the symbol is the goat, an animal who is able to ascend to the heights by taking advantage of every foothold. The goat butts its way through obstacles. Capricorn is reserved, patient, using cunning instead of force, seeking security in acquisitions, disciplined, determined, and quick to seize opportunities. And so here we have a ruling planet of Saturn, Roman god of presiding over sowing and reaping of grain. Saturn represents obstacles, limitations, restrictions, discipline. I'll discuss Saturn in the next video when we talk about the planets. The part of the body is the bones, joints, teeth. Capricorns have beautiful bone structure, but they are subject to stiff joints. The birthstone is garnet, attracts popularity, high esteem, and true love. Lucky numbers 2 and 8. Lucky day Wednesday. Metal is lead, and the dominant word here for Capricorn is I use. All right, so let's take a look a little closer at the symbolism of Capricorn. Of course, everyone knows about a dentist, and this is the structural foundation of the human body, which is the skeleton, which represents or is associated with Capricorn. So teeth, we see this in everyday society. We also see governments. Governments are all about structure, creating a foundation, creating something that rules over others. This falls under that umbrella, governments. And of course, because this is the mountain goat, if you notice it's a mountain goat, what does a mountain goat do? It likes to climb to the top of the mountain. So fame, notoriety, and achievements are usually associated with Capricorn. And so if you have a very strong Capricorn in your chart, you'll be recognized either whether in your local community or on a larger scale or become very famous in the world. This is all associated with the sign of Capricorn. The 11th sign of the zodiac has to do with Aquarius. January 20th through February 19th, its psychological type is thinking. It's a positive sign, masculine. Its element is air once again. And the symbol is the water bearer, dispensing gifts, a gift that flows freely to all, creating and all giving of life. Okay, you can see here from the picture there. The quality here is fixed. Aries is assertive, independent, progressive, analytical, oriented, original, inventive. I mean, it's just thinks outside the box. The ruling planet is Uranus, ancient Greek god of the sky. Uranus is the planet of change and unexpected. Part of the body is the circular system, the shins and the ankle. So now we're going down the body, the shins and the ankle. Aquarius natives are prone towards ankle sprains and breaks, also to varicose veins and hardening of the arteries. The lucky numbers are 1 and 7. The lucky day, Wednesday. The metal is uranium. And the dominant keyword here is I know. Okay, so let's take a little closer look at some of the Aquarian symbolism. First off, since Aquarian is all about doing things in a weird and unusual way or doing things out of the ordinary, here's a perfect example of someone that might have a strong Aquarius nature in their chart. Who would like to be walking around with something like that and getting all that attention? We also have science and technology and space that also falls under the umbrella of Aquarius. Very important here. Okay. And of course, look at the symbolism of the water bearer. See how a bartender is dispensing fluids and liquids? Okay. You see the symbolism here, folks? This is part of how the astrology works. Again, it's a symbolic language. And so the more you understand the symbolism, the easier it becomes to understand. And wait until we get into the birth charts, you'll really see it coming out. Now, the 12th sign of the zodiac is Pisces. This is February the 20th through March the 20th. The psychological type is feeling. It's a negative sign. Feminine element is water. And symbolized by the two fish signifying hidden depths, shifting emotional currents, conflicting desires. This is why the fish are in two opposite directions. The quality is mutable, receptive, intuitive, imaginative, romantic, impressionable, and mystical. The ruling planet is Neptune, the ancient god of the sea. It's the planet of illusion, glamour, mystery. Part of the body ruled by Pisces is the feet. Now we go all the way down to the bottom. Pisceans have sensitive feet. Aquamarine is the stone. Magnifies occult powers and brings serenity of the mind. The color is pale green and turquoise, the dreamy colors of the sea. The lucky day is Friday. Lucky number 2 and 6. The metal is plutonium, and the keywords here are the dominant keywords is I believe. Let's look at some of the symbolism for Pisces here. So here we see the giving, compassionate nature of Pisces at play here, where the nurse is helping someone. Pisces love to give and give and give, almost to the point where they feel sorry for themselves, like they're not worthy. And oftentimes, unfortunately, this symbol can turn to drugs and alcohol or some form of addiction to compensate or to cope with this feeling of inadequacy. Remember, the two fish, the polarities, are swimming back and forth within themselves, and there's this inner frustration. And here's a perfect picture of the Pisces energy, thinking about the emotions and living in this physical reality and living in another reality, because they're so imaginative and so intuitive and so giving. And so, there's a conflict going on within the Pisces energy. But Pisces are fantastic artists, as you can see here from this piece of art here. This is a wonderful depiction of the Pisces energy. Whoever created this was probably a Pisces or had strong Pisces in their charts. So you could see the symbolism of this sign. Anyway, join me for the next lesson as we dive deeper into this, the planets of astrology, which is going to be another fascinating area that I think you'll find very interesting. Anyway, thanks for joining me, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, and welcome back to the next lesson. This one is going to be about planets in astrology. So if you're ready, let's get going. So to understand what the planets are all about in astrology, I'm going to go through each one of them. Here are the 10 planets plus the Earth. And so these are very important in astrology because they really do indicate the type of energy that is influencing us at the time of birth. And I will go through each one of these, and you'll have a golden opportunity to basically, look at in depth about the planets and how they work in astrology. So let's take a closer look. So to understand the astrology, obviously we're going to have to learn about the glyphs here, because in astrology, when you look at an astrology program or an astrology chart, these are the symbols that are used. Now, these are actual scientific symbols that have been used for a very long time, and they all correspond with the planet. So here is the sun and Mercury, and again, you have to look at this stuff as symbolic. And we also have here, we have the asteroids. We have several of the asteroids, which I will cover in one of the other lessons where I do the asteroids in astrology and what they all mean. So let's take a closer look at what all of these planets signify. Now, okay, so let's look at the first sign here. So the sun, obviously the sun is the giver of life. It's radiating energy. It makes us feel warm. Without it, we couldn't exist on this planet. And so in astrology, the position of the sun indicates the type of influence that's upon us. And it's associated, the sun symbol, generally speaking, is associated with the sign of Leo. Okay? So look at this beautiful artistic expression of the sign of Leo and the sun simultaneously. And this makes so much sense because when you look at a male lion's mane, it looks like the sun. So again, these ancient cultures that came up with this really understood the meaning of the energy or the symbolism behind the sun. And so it's a very significant in a birth chart. And when we get into making birth charts, I will show you all about that as well. So here is an overview of what the sun represents in astrology. Now, in astrology, the sun holds significant symbolism and represents the core essence of the individual's personality, ego, vitality, and identity. It's how you express yourself. Okay, it's the most vital component in the astrological chart. Absolutely. It's the symbol that you were born under, the position of the sun at the time of your birth. And it's your core identity. Okay, and by the way, you could you could stop the video and take a screenshot of this, if you want to read it, or you just want to pause the video and read this. But this is what it means. It's the ego. If it's too much energy, too much vitality, it becomes the ego. It's about self-expression. The sun is very self-expressive. It needs to express itself. And when we get deeper into the charts, we will dive into that and understand it a little bit more. It governs the ego and how a person expresses himself in the world. This is why a lot of people born under the sign of Leo go into acting and performing. They want to express themselves. Again, vitality and life force. It's so strong, the sun position, that it expresses, how it could reproduce, the life force. Okay, and the sign of Leo and the sun represent the giver of life and the creation of life. Look at what it does in nature. With the sunlight, all the plants and the trees are all facing it. It's like they're being pulled towards the sun. So this is how strong the sun is in symbolism and in astrology. It's very creative. It represents also the father figure in astrology, because it is a very dominant male energy. Okay, it represents and indicates a relationship with authority figures and the role one plays in authority positions. This is, again, symbolism, basic character and personality, depending on where that sun position was in your birth chart. In general, the sun placement reflects the fundamental characteristics of a person's personality, while its house placement shows the area of life where the traits are most prominently expressed. So when we look at the charts, if the sun, let's say you were born with the sun in the 5th house, you're very creative, you're very playful. And again, I'm giving you the general overview right now. Until we get to the charts, you'll see what I'm talking about, and I'll make it much clearer to you. But the life purpose, it's a very strong drive. It represents sort of the life purpose. And integration of self, sort of a symbiotic relationship between the sun and our spirit and personality. And also I put down here, understanding the placement in the sun, of the sun in the individual's chart provides valuable insights into their personality, strengths, challenges, and overall life direction. However, it's important to consider the sun in conjunction with planetary placements and aspects in the chart to gain a comprehensive understanding of the individual's astrological makeup. So the sun is like 50% of an astrological chart, but then how it interacts with other planets, how the other planets are in the chart, and so on. But this is one of the most important planets in astrology. Now, we also have the moon, which is reflective of the sunlight. And this is ruled by the sign of Cancer, the crab. As a matter of fact, this picture really perfectly, symbolically represents the moon. If you look at it, it's almost round, and it seems to have little scars on it, looks like the moon does, from the craters and the asteroids that have hit this thing. And it's symbolic of many different things. So we have the sun, now the moon. Let's take a closer look and see what the moon is all about. In astrology, the moon represents the subconscious, emotions, instincts, habits, and the way individuals respond to their environment. Okay, this is all about the emotional nature of this symbol. The moon in astrology represents the emotional nature, our inner emotions, our feelings, the stuff. If the sun is this outward reflection of energy and self-expression, the moon is the inner. It's the stuff inside of us, below the surface, that we keep to ourselves. It's the emotional stuff. It's how we process the subconscious and the hidden realm, you see. It's about instincts and intuition. It's a sensing, a feeling. Nurturing and motherhood, which is the sign of Cancer and the crab. It's all about nurturing. And it absolutely represents the mother all throughout history. When we get into the mythology of astrology, you'll see that the ancient cultures, they kept talking about different myths and stories relating to motherhood, birthing. And this is the moon symbol, and a lot of symbolism around the moon. Habits and conditioning, okay, we've got that too. It's what we do on a regular basis. The home and family, now that's huge. Cancer, as I talked about in the planets, in the signs, here it represents the same thing. The moon signifies the home, family, and domestic environment. It reflects our need for comfort, security, emotional connection with personal and familial spaces. Okay, it likes things that it knows. It likes things that because it's constantly seeking security. The symbol of the Cancer and the moon represents security, foundation building, being adaptable and changing. Unfortunately, this sign sometimes has to go through some rough patches in order to make things happen. Okay, so it has to adapt to changing emotional circumstances, fluctuation, and so on. It's a very feminine energy. Now, if the sun is a very masculine, strong energy, the moon is a feminine energy. Its quality is, being receptive and empathic and sensitive to everything around it. Cycles and rhythms. The moon is, in our astrology chart, is very much sensitive to the energies of how the moon interacts with other planets when it goes void of course. And I'll discuss that later on in another chapter, what void of course means, and how it interacts. Okay, every 28 days, the moon, goes back into a full, and a new moon begins. So we have the cycle of the moon, which is heavily influencing us. Also, connection to the past. The moon symbolizes the past in a big way. It's all about nostalgia and, the childhood and the family and the upbringing and the neighborhood that the Cancer individual was born in and raised in. So the moon is very significant. So when we look at the signs and the planet that rules that sign, they're one and the same. So as you can see just from the first two, the sun represents Leo and the moon represents Cancer. And so understanding the placement of the moon in the individual's chart is valuable insight into the emotional nature, the inner world, and the subconscious motivations. Okay, and again, it says, as I put here, it influences how we relate to others and how we seek comfort and security, an overall approach to nurturing ourselves and those around us. And this is basically what the moon is all about. Okay, again, you got to look at this through a symbolic lens. Let's get to the next sign, Mercury. Excuse me, the next planet, Mercury. And here is the planet of Mercury. Okay, beautiful planet. And it's actually has two signs that it rules, Virgo and Gemini, because both of these signs are all about thinking and processing information, which Mercury, and when we get into the mythology, you'll see why it's all about thinking and self-expression. These two symbols fall under this umbrella. And the ancient cultures understood it, immensely. It was a fantastic way that they pieced this all together. In astrology, Mercury is associated with communication, the intellect, thought process, learning, and mental agility. It represents how we perceive, analyze, and interpret information, as well as how we express ourselves verbally and in writing. Okay, absolutely. When you think Mercury in a birth chart, you have to say, okay, communication. How does this person communicate? What sign is it in? The intellect and mental abilities, absolutely. This sign loves to think. It loves to process information. It loves to, overthink and do multiple things because it's constantly needing mental stimulation. Learning and education, this symbol or this planet or those symbols of Virgo and Gemini both love to learn and they're curious. They just love to process information. So it's associated with learning and education and knowledge. Rationality and logic, absolutely. Both signs have that under Mercury. Mercury's associated with them. But this energy of Mercury expresses itself in two different ways when it comes to Virgo and Gemini. In Virgo, it's very analytical, very critical thinking. And in Gemini, it just wants to talk for the sake of talking or thinking for the sake of thinking. So it represents analytical thinking on both aspects, but in Virgo, it's much deeper. It's much more profound. It's adaptable and flexible. Both signs and this planet Mercury is very flexible. You have to be to understand how to move and go in and out and figure things out. This is part of the energy of Mercury and those two signs. Travel and movement. This is a sign that it's not like Taurus. It likes to sit still and do nothing. This is a symbolism of a planet that is constantly moving. It's the fastest planet in our solar system. It goes around the sun the fastest. So this is why it's all about travel and movement. Again, symbolism. Social networking and connections. Absolutely. This planet loves to talk and express itself and interact and communicate. So this is very important. Now this one's interesting. Trickster energy. Yes. Gemini energy primarily has the trickster energy in it. And in the mythology, Mercury or Hermes in Greek mythology is often associated with the trickster energy, symbolizing wit, humor, and cleverness. It is also indicating a tendency towards mischief, deception, or manipulation if negatively expressed. Now, this is more dominant and predominant in Gemini. Virgo is more reserved because it's an earth sign. And so it's very critical about itself and being seen in a certain way. So it's not as much as a trickster as Gemini is. So, but again, this all falls under the umbrella of the Mercury energy. So understanding the placement of Mercury in an individual's birth chart provides insight into their communication style, their thought process, learning preferences, and areas of intellectual strengths. So again, when we go into the birth chart, it'll all make sense to you when I explain it to you. Again, I'm just laying the foundation here for what these planets mean and the symbolism behind them. Now we get to Venus. All right. Now, Venus is associated with the goddess, the beauty. Here it is right there. And it rules two planets as well, Taurus and the sign of Libra, the scales. So let's take a closer look and see what that's all about. All right, here we are, Venus. Venus is one of the inner planets, and it holds significant symbolic meaning, primarily associated with love, relationships, balance, and values. When we look at Libra, the scales, there's a reason for that. That's about partnerships, equality, the justice, as I pointed out when I described the signs and what they mean. So love and relationships are what govern this symbol. And those two symbols, those two signs, Taurus and Libra, are all about relationships, whether it's business relationships with Taurus, whether it's romance with Libra. You see, they're all symbolically representative of the need to be in a partnership. Beauty and aesthetics, absolutely. Venus is associated with beauty, all kinds of beauty, whether it's art, whether it's looking good, whether it's making something look good. This is all under the umbrella of Venus. Sensuality and pleasure, absolutely. This sign, the symbolism behind the sign of Taurus and Libra, both are very sensual, very pleasurable, enjoy the finer things in life, want things to be beautiful and sort of magnetic in a sense. And so it's as I put here, it enjoys savoring life's pleasures and enjoying its sensory expressions, okay, because it senses. Harmony and diplomacy, absolutely. Venus is, even though Venus in the ancient times was also considered the planet of war, but here in our modern astrology, it also depends on where it is at the time, but Venus generally, the planet, symbolically represents a balance, a need for harmony, for beauty, doesn't like conflict. But it will get into conflict if it has to, symbolically. Values and personal worth, absolutely. The symbol of Venus represents what we value in ourselves, in others, the money, how we value ourselves towards money, what our self-worth is. This is what it means, personal worth. Thinks about money a lot. The symbol is associated with money and finance. Socializing and relationships, absolutely. This symbol represents socializing and interaction. It can't be by itself. It has to interact with others. And of course, we talked about creativity and artistry, very, very creative. And of course, financial matters as well. Understanding the placement and aspects, which are the connection to other planets, of Venus in an individual's birth chart provides valuable insight into their romantic inclinations, aesthetic preferences, social interaction, and values, as you could see. So again, a very symbolic language for understanding energy. Now we get to Mars. Mars is, here's the red planet Mars, and you could clearly see it with a telescope at night when it's up in the sky. It's associated with two planets, Aries, the ram, as I pointed out when we did the signs, but it also is associated with Scorpio. Now, it's not as strong as it would be in Aries because this is the ancient ruler. Before we discovered Pluto, the ancients would associate the planets, the symbols, to some of the inner planets. So here it's the ancient ruler. So when we look at a chart, we can look at when Mars is in Scorpio as a placement that is very strong, okay? But let's look at the symbol of Mars and what that means. In astrology, Mars is associated with energy, action, aggression, passion, and assertiveness. It represents how we assert ourselves, pursue our goals, and express our desires. It is all about energy and drive, and depending on what sign it's in, it determines, how strong the drive is or how not strong the drive is. And so this is why it's about drive and determination, action and initiation, initiative. So basically, once it focuses its energy on something, it will be determined to go after it. Okay, Mars governs our ability to take action, decisive action, not wishy-washy, I'm not sure action, but decisive action. It can be very aggressive. For instance, if Mars is in Aries, this is a very aggressive, impulsive position. It can't control itself. It has to go. It becomes very aggressive. And this is why Mars, the god, is also associated with fighting and warring, because too much aggression, it's like having a person with too much testosterone. It's always looking for conflict and challenges, as I pointed out when I did the signs. So again, it represents all of this. And sometimes the anger and the conflict overwhelms it. Sexuality and desire, absolutely. This with such strong drive and determination, sexuality is very important here. Here's courage and bravery, absolutely. Many people with very strong Mars in their charts become firefighters or police officers, or jobs that can be very dangerous or very, around dangerous stuff, because they feel so strong and courageous. Many of them go into construction where they're doing manual labor, because of their intense amount of energy. Physical strength and endurance absolutely falls under that as well. Any strong Mars in one's chart, there's a need to exert that energy. So exercising, lifting weights, that absolutely falls under the umbrella of Mars. When it's in a weakened state, let's say Mars in Libra or Mars in Pisces, it tends to be a little more wishy-washy or more emotional, you see. So again, we'll get into that when we do the birth charts. Independence and individuality. Mars is very independent. It doesn't rely on anyone. It just does and goes. It's kind of equivalent to symbolically the badger in nature. It's just a tough little guy that just goes and goes and goes and doesn't stop, and it's not intimidated by anything or anyone. This is the energy of Mars when it's in a very strong position. Leadership and ambition, absolutely. Mars is the first, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, which is associated with Mars. And so it's a leader, and it loves to lead. It loves to move forward with its projects and endeavors. It's not going to wait around for anyone. So again, depending on where this planet was at the time of your birth, you'll see how Mars interacts. So understanding the placement and aspects of Mars in an individual's birth chart provides valuable insights into their drive, assertiveness, passion, and approach to pursuing their goals. That's how it works. So Mars, there's a reason why it is associated with Aries. All right, let's get to the next sign. Jupiter, the largest planet in our solar system. Now, this is very significant because, again, Jupiter has two rulers or associations. Jupiter absolutely associated with Sagittarius, the Cantor, half man, half horse. And then before we discovered Neptune, it was also associated with Pisces, the ancient ruler. So let's take a closer look at what that all means. And so here it is. Jupiter in astrology is the planet of expansion, growth and abundance and luck. It symbolizes our beliefs, values, aspirations, and our capacity for spiritual and intellectual growth. All right, so you could see now, because this is the largest body in our astrological, in our galaxy here, this planet, from a physics standpoint, it pulls. Its power is very strong because it's so big. The Sun and Jupiter are the largest planets in our solar system here. And so they have a great, tremendous amount of force to make things happen. So expansion and growth absolutely falls under this symbol, in all areas of life, depending on where it is in one's birth chart. It shows how you expand, how you feel lucky in that area, how you need to learn lessons in that area. Abundance and opportunity, absolutely. Jupiter will bring in opportunity out of nowhere, depending on where it is, or if it's transiting your chart in a certain way. It'll bring luck. People with very strong Jupiters in their chart feel lucky. These are the people that you see at the casinos most of the time. They either had a Jupiter in Pisces or a Jupiter in Sagittarius because it's at a higher level. So they feel lucky and they feel like they could win money or things could be very favorable for them. So depending on where it is in the birth chart. Optimism and positivity, absolutely. This sign, if you're going through life, let's say you have a very strong Jupiter in your chart and it's let's say in Sagittarius or Pisces, you feel optimistic most of the time. You feel happy-go-lucky because it's like you have this protection from the universe, and Jupiter is that protection. This is why all the ancient cultures, when they talked about Jupiter, they gave it such high praise and excitement because this was such a positive aspect of a positive energy. And so beliefs and philosophy, this is the sign that represents education on a deeper level. What's the meaning of life? What's the purpose? Who is God and why are we here? This is the symbol that represents all of that. Spirituality and faith ties into all of that belief and understanding. Many people that have strong Jupiters in their charts, let's say Jupiter in Pisces, they tend to follow religions or become preachers or teachers of some kind that are espousing, religious beliefs. Generosity and charity, absolutely. Jupiter represents kindness and giving because it feels so lucky and fortunate. What am I going to beat myself up for if I feel lucky and fortunate? Expansion of horizons, absolutely. Jupiter energy in the birth chart loves to expand its horizons. It's not going to sit still and waiting around. It loves to basically explore and go out on an adventure. And of course, higher learning. When we look at a birth chart and we see Jupiter in the birth chart, we see sometimes when I do readings, I see people with strong Jupiters in their chart. They're going after degree, and they just keep building up the degrees because they feel like they haven't learned enough. So they love higher education. So understanding the placement and aspects of Jupiter in an individual's birth chart represents valuable insights into their beliefs, values, aspirations, and their capacity for growth and success. That's exactly, how it symbolically it represents. So let's take a look at the next one, Saturn. Now, if Jupiter is about expansion, Saturn is the opposite. It's about restriction and contraction. And here's the symbol or the planet of Saturn. And again, this also had two signs associated with it. Capricorn, the mountain sea goat. And I'll explain that in a second. But it also had Aquarius before we discovered Uranus, or Uranus, however you want to pronounce it. But you notice here, this is the ancient symbol of the sea goat. And when we read about Saturn, you'll understand why this makes sense. Here is this mountain goat with this fish tail. Okay, so keep that in mind. Like I said, Saturn represents restriction, doing things the hard way. So in Saturn, often refers to as a plane of discipline, responsibility, structure, or limitations. So when we look at that mountain goat that has a fish tail, it wants to climb to the top of that mountain. But if it has a fish tail, it's going to be a struggle for that poor animal, isn't it? Symbolically. So it represents the principle of a maturity, a process, okay, of going through certain trials and tribulations, putting in the hard work. So the first thing here is discipline and hard work. Wherever Saturn is in your birth chart, it represents the hard work that you have to put in order to get back the effort. That's exactly how it works with Saturn. The reason that Saturn has rings around it, symbolically from an astrological standpoint, is because it feels restricted. It is about structure and building foundations, okay? And so this is why discipline and hard work is associated with Saturn. Responsibility and duty. Saturn energy in the chart, or Capricorn energy, sometimes Aquarian energy, but it's more Capricorn energy, represents responsibility and accountability. Capricorn energy, or Saturn, wherever it is in the birth chart, depending on what sign it's in, represents where you feel responsible, where you have to commit to certain obligations and things. You see, that's how it works. Structure and order, absolutely. The rings represent structure and order and foundation. You'll find that if someone in a birth chart has a strong Saturn, they're all about, compartmentalizing, building things, putting things in boxes, organizing, being very meticulous with their surroundings. Or if they're running a company, organizing everything and being very organized and telling people what they can and cannot do. So this is structure and order. Limitations and boundaries, like that poor mountain goat unable to climb the mountain as quick as it would like. There's limitations involved and boundaries, if that mountain goat wants to go up that mountain, it's going to have to take its time. And by the way, Saturn represents time. It represents father time. When we discuss the mythologies, I'll explain that a little bit more, but you could see the symbolism in the mythology and in the sign of Saturn. Okay, limitations, boundaries, and restrictions. Authority and authority figures. Absolutely, Saturn represents, because it's the higher point of the chart, the 10th house. Generally speaking, and again, it'll make all sense to you. It'll all make sense to you once we get into the birth charts. But Saturn represents authority figures of all kinds, whether it's a general or a CEO of a company, because these are people in control. You see the symbolism there? Time and aging, as I said earlier, it's absolutely associated with timing and aging and the passage of time. This is the symbol that represents all of that. Fear and insecurity. Yes, it feels very fearful and insecure. So wherever this Saturn is in your chart, that is an area that you have to overcome fear. You may be paralyzed with fear, and then you have to overcome it, or the self-doubt. And it's karma and lessons. Karma just means what effort you put in, you get back. And that's how Saturn works. It's completely different than Jupiter, which just feels happy-go-lucky and finds things and good things happen to it all the time. Saturn is kind of the opposite. It's like, oh, I have this heavy weight of the world on my shoulders that I have to carry around, and I have to put all this effort in case I need to get reward, and I feel so responsible for everything. You see, that's the energy of Saturn. So depending on where that is in your chart, that indicates that type of energy. Understanding the placement and aspects of Saturn in the individual's birth chart represents valuable insights into their approach to responsibility, discipline, and overcoming challenges. You see the symbolism here, friends? This is how it works. Now, the next planet is Uranus, or Uranus, however you want to pronounce it. And here it is. And this planet actually rotates vertically as opposed to horizontally. And so it's got a weird, kind of orbit. Not really orbit, but the way it rotates. And it does have this glow from time to time, which pinkish hue and blue. And it's associated with Aquarius. And as you can see from this picture, this individual is very bright. It's the giver, it symbolically represents the giver of life. And when we get into mythology, it'll make a little bit more sense to you. But it is only associated with Aquarius. So let's take a closer look. In astrology, Uranus is considered the planet of change and innovation, rebellion and liberation. Its energy is associated with originality, sudden and unexpected events. And so this is the planet that represents change and transformation. As I showed you when we did the signs, under the sign of Aquarius, the person with that get-go on their head, wanting to be different, not wanting to belong or fit in. You see, innovation and progress absolutely falls under this symbol because it's a very progressive thinking or a progressive sign. Okay, it doesn't like to fit in. So if Saturn is the structure and building and creating things that restrict, this planet is about breaking through the cycles of the past, breaking through the cycles within ourselves, rebelling against all kinds of restrictions. That's what the symbol represents. And so freedom and individuality falls under the umbrella of Uranus, spirit of freedom, individuality, self-expression in its own unique way. Okay, I'll give you an example. Over the last few years, let's say from 2019 all the way through 2024, we had planets going through Aquarius, which is associated with Uranus. Uranus and one and the same. we saw a lot of strange stuff in society, and we continue to see a lot of strange stuff as Pluto goes through the sign of Aquarius, which is again associated with Uranus. And we're going to continue to see strange stuff in society, doing things out of the norm. Of course, we're seeing a lot of rebellion and revolution, as I've talked about in other videos on my YouTube channel. Revolution. Everything's about revolution, change. And this is what's happening around the world at this time. We could see it. Originality and uniqueness. This is the energy of Aquarius. They think outside the box. Absolutely. They see what other people don't see. Intuition and insight. Absolutely. This symbol or this planet is often associated with the future. Okay, and so the energy sometimes is very strong with premonitions and things that are coming. So very intuitive and insightful. Awakening and enlightenment. We reach a certain level, and depending on Uranus in your birth chart and how it's being aspected or transiting the chart, it could be a time where you have this great awakening that occurs in you. I'll give you another example. Uranus takes 84 years to go around someone's chart. A lot of folks, elderly folks, who when they make it to 84, they completely change their personalities. They don't want to be this docile person from a different era or different generation. They just want to go do something weird and different, like skydiving or something like that, or changing the color of their hair, whatever it is. Again, symbolically. Disruption and chaos. Absolutely. This is the symbol of sudden chaos, sudden destruction, sudden change. This also represents lightning. So just to give you an example of symbolism behind Uranus. It's like a lightning strike. This is the kind of energy that is associated with this planet and symbolism. So understanding the placement and aspects of Uranus in an individual's birth chart provides valuable insights into their approach to change, innovation, and personal freedom. Okay? I'm hoping you could see all of this symbolism that's taking place here in these charts. Now, Neptune. Now we get to a softer, more mystical, spiritual symbol here in Neptune. And here it is. It's a beautiful bluish planet, and it's associated with Pisces. So when we discovered Neptune in the 1800s, the astrologers of the time associated with the stories and the myths associated with Pisces because it made a lot of sense. So let's take a little deeper dive into this mystical symbol. Neptune is associated with spirituality, imagination, dreams, illusions, transcendence. It symbolizes the unconscious mind, the realms of dreams, and our connection to the divine. Remember when I talked about the sign of Pisces, it lives between worlds or between realities, this physical reality and the other realities that are non-physical, like the imagination, the dream state. All of that is part of this planet and this sign. So spirituality and mysticism. This is a very intuitive sign, and sometimes almost to the point where it doesn't know what reality is anymore. So it governs spirituality, mysticism, higher learning. Like I said earlier, many people that have strong Neptune in their charts or Pisces in their charts, they become preachers or teachers or mystical leaders of some kind. Imagination and creativity. This is one of the greatest strengths that Neptune has. And Pisces, which is one of the same, being artistic and symbolizing dreams, and fantasizing the unconscious mind. This is all associated with this sign. So very important to understand this. Okay. It's very compassionate and empathetic. So there's a lot of empathy here. And so very sensitive to everything around it. This is one of the most sensitive signs of the zodiac, and this planet represents that because it's one and the same. Illusion and delusion. Sometimes there's so much fantasy and so much imagination and tapping into something so deep and profound that it loses its sense of reality. So it could be confused or, trying to describe something that it cannot describe verbally. And so it's associated with that. So depending on, and by the way, this is generational. All the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, because they move very slowly, these are generations. So generationally, these take a longer time and they influence larger amounts of people for that generation. Sacrifice and surrender. Absolutely. Neptune and Pisces is all about sacrificing oneself, represents the principle of sacrifice and surrender. It symbolizes the willingness to let go of the ego. Many Pisces or Neptune, strong Neptune in one's chart, doesn't have an ego. If Mars or Leo has egos, then Pisces or Neptune does not have an ego at all. Okay, it's about, kind of like a fog. It just blends in with its surroundings. Escapism and addiction, as I talked about in the Pisces sign. Yes, Neptune does represent all of this, and it's escape from reality because it's too painful. Intuition and psychic sensitivity, absolutely. This is why people with strong Pisces or strong Neptunes in their chart make great psychics, and they're able to see beyond the physical world. Idealism and utopian vision. Sometimes the Pisces believe, or the Neptune energy believes in things so much that it's just, oh, it's so great and wonderful and you're going to love it. And sometimes it doesn't, it clashes. Here it is, what I write here. It symbolizes our longing for a better world, as well as a potential for disillusionment when our ideals clash with the harsh realities of life. You see, understanding the placement and aspect of Neptune in the individual's birth chart provides valuable insights into their spiritual inclinations, creative potential, and capacity for empathy and intuition. That's what it represents. All right. Last but not least, Pluto. And yes, in astrology, we still use the symbol of Pluto, or the sign of Pluto, or the planet of Pluto, because it is still a body that is moving. We still track it. And because of its mythology and story, it absolutely makes sense that Scorpio is assigned to this planet. So let's take a closer look. Pluto is associated with transformation, regeneration, power in the subconscious mind. Okay, it symbolizes the process of death and rebirth. Everything in nature is about death and rebirth. Look at when a storm strikes and destroys a neighborhood or a forest. It destroys it, but then it builds it back up again. This is the symbol of Pluto. Okay, this is as well as our capacity for profound change and evolution. So when we look at this sign, it's not just the subconscious mind, but it represents this profound, deep psychological change. So wherever this is in the birth chart, depending on how it's aspected, where it is, this is the area that gets lit up. Transformation and rebirth, absolutely. It's how we go through this process of evolution. Power and control. This could be a very intense, alignment in one's chart. So Pluto is very strong, very, very powerful because it has this power to change. Psychological depth. Many people with strong Plutos in their charts become psychologists or therapists because they could get to the core of an issue very deeply in someone's life, but they could also do it within themselves. Intense emotions. This sign is all or nothing. Pluto represents that. So does Scorpio. It's all or nothing. So it's a passionate, deeply passionate sign. Emotions. It could be obsessive. This is a sign of obsession too. So we have to be careful of that. Death and rebirth. Absolutely. It's about the cycles. Every year, there's a death of the sun and a rebirth of the sun. Symbolically, as it goes around, actually the earth goes around the sun. So there's a rebirth happening. Pluto, death and rebirth, both literally and metaphorically. Destruction and rejuvenation, regeneration, as I was talking about earlier. Destroying. Pluto could bring about destruction and upheaval in order to clear the way for growth and renewal. You see, it's just how it works. Empowerment and empowerment. Pluto represents empowerment and empowerment through confronting and overcoming challenges. Since this energy, it knows that it can transform stuff. It likes to challenge itself and empowers itself to change when it's ready. So understanding the placement of and aspects of Pluto in an individual's birth chart provides valuable insight into the capacity for transformation, psychological depth, and empowerment. So as you can see here, these planets really are very strong symbols of what they mean, and the signs that correlate with them are absolutely part of that change. So we're going to all tie this together right now, and so I'm just laying the foundation here for the symbols, the signs, and next we'll be getting into understanding the houses and what sign or what symbol is associated with those those houses. So when we get to do the birth chart, you'll understand it all, and it'll all be pieced in together. All right? So thanks for joining me, and I'll see you on the next lesson. Hi, and welcome back to the next lesson. This one is all about the houses in astrology. So now in this lesson, we're going to learn about the houses and what they mean, what the significance of them is, and some of the planets associated with them. And we'll take a deep dive into the foundation of what astrology is all about. So let's take a look at what we've got. So here are the houses in astrology, and we will go into each one of these. So just to give you an overview, there are 12 of them, and they always go in this direction from the first house here, second, third, fourth, and so on. And then here is the symbol that's naturally associated with this house. There's the symbol for Aries, and generally speaking, this house represents the self, but it's much more than that, and we will get into that in a little later. But this gives you the planets and the signs for all of them. You could always take a screenshot of this or pause the video to look at it. But this is the foundation in astrology for the houses, and this is what it looks like. Now, that doesn't mean that that sign is going to influence that house in a direct way. What it means is that the energy, you have to think in terms of energy, because everything in this universe is energy. This is the foundation or the core of the energy. And I'm going to explain all of that in a minute. But basically, the houses in astrology are the constellations, just like you see here. And so as we continue to go round and round the sun, we from our perspective, are looking up at the sky and we're noticing a constellation of where the sun is, okay? So this is what we call them houses. They should technically be called constellations, but we call them houses. And so this is the basic premise of, when we study astrology, what the houses refer to. So we have to dig deeper into the houses and to understand them a little bit more. So we broke them down into 4 quadrants. And so here you'll see that the first quadrant is associated with the self. So the first through the third house, we have the first house of identity, the second house of values, the third house of communication. So this little quadrant here represents that part. Then we move on to the next quadrant where we see it's family oriented. So we have the 4th house of home and family, the 5th house of love and children, and the 6th house pertains to service and health and your daily routine. So you can see how this is family oriented. The third quadrant here has to do with other people and relationships. So the 7th house represents relationships of all kinds. The 8th house represents sexuality and the deepest psychological side of ourselves. It has to do with shared resources as well. And the 9th house is about exploration, having fun, going out on an adventure, learning the higher purpose of life. And usually those adventures involve other people and other places where you could engage and stimulate your mind. Now the 4th quadrant has a lot to do with spirituality. And so the 10th house has to do with how you're seen in this physical world and what you do. For instance, if you're a preacher or a teacher or somebody in a high position, you could be seen as a leader of some kind, which is spiritual in nature. The 11th house, on the other hand, has to do with the hopes and wishes for the future. So this is you spiritually understanding that you have an ability to move beyond the physical world and think about it and where it's going and so on. And of course, the 12th house is probably the most spiritual house in the zodiac. And this pertains to the Pisces house, where this 12th house is the doorway to these other realms of consciousness, which are non-physical. And so this is the foundation or the quadrants in astrology that, generally speaking, the energy. So for instance, if somebody has a lot of planets in the first quadrant, they're going to be very self-directed. They think about themselves or, depending on the sign or how the planets are configured in this first house, everything's about them and how they communicate, how they make money. If there's tons of planets in this part of the chart, they're all family-oriented, about their children and work-related. A lot of planets in this quadrant, there could be a need to just depend on other people for your decision making, or just basically wanting to connect with people. And then this part of the quadrant is people that become more involved with the community in terms of the spiritual aspect, like becoming pastors and going to church and religious organizations and wanting to lead groups in spirituality, you see. So it depends on where the planets fall in the individual's chart. So when we get to the astrology and the birth charts, you'll see what I'm talking about. But what's also very important in astrology, when we understand astrology, we have to look at this giant cross over here, because these are the major points in astrology that are very significant. Okay, starting with the eastern horizon here, also called the ascendant or the rising sign, and I will get back to that in a second. But this is a very significant part of the chart. And then we go down to the bottom part of the chart. This is the inner private self, also known as the IC or the nadir, okay, which has to do with the line at the lowest part of the sky. Then we have the seventh house, which is the descendant, which is the opposite of the ascendant. It's the descendant. So this has to do with sunset and others. And then we have the highest point in the chart, which is the midhaven. This is what we're striving for. It's the the outer public life, and this is where, and it's also called the medium coli or the midhaven, which represents the highest point in the chart. And this is kind of like your purpose, your direction, where you need to go, how you need to get there. This is going to be very important as well. So this giant cross is an old symbol, goes way back, 5,000-6,000 years. It's one of the oldest symbols known to man. But I want to take a moment to focus on this ascendant because it's very important in astrology when we're doing astrology. So this is the rising sign in the east coming up. Okay, so we know that the sun comes up every morning in the eastern part of the world. And so the first house is often associated with the self. This is the house that gives you a window into understanding more about your outward appearance, traits, characteristics, outlook, and sense of expression. Now here it is in the first house. In order to set the chart in place, we need to know the exact time, place, of the birth. And this is what sets the chart completely in motion. It's the setup. So when we know exactly what time the rising sign was, at what degree it was at, we have the first sign of the zodiac, and then everything else falls into place and everything follows suit. So the ascendant or rising sign is the planet, the planet, not just the planet, but also the sign that's on the first house cusp. Okay, so just understand this is a very important part of an astrology chart. It's the ascendant or rising sign, because this is how others see you. This is how you see yourself, your general appearance, your sense of self-expression. So let's say you do have a Pisces rising, okay? So what is Pisces? It's the giver. It's spirituality. It's mysticism. It's sacrificing oneself. So if one has a Pisces rising, let's say over here in the first house, people see them as sacrificing, giving, selfish, not being selfish, and non-egotistical, and always feeling like they have to give of themselves, so their self-worth might be not as high as someone, let's say, as a Capricorn in the first house, or an Aries in the first house, or a Leo in the first house, where these signs are more oriented towards, having an ego and more prideful and, wanting to be seen in a certain way. So again, first house, very important in astrology to understand that. Now, as we dive deeper into understanding the house, we have to also understand that they also have certain qualities to these houses, okay? And they're called modalities or qualities, and they're also elements that are associated with each one of the signs. And as you can see here, we have fire, earth, air, and water. And then we have the carnal, the fixed, and the mutable. Now, these are the modalities. As I said here, in astrology, these are the three modalities: carnal, which is action; fixed, which is set in its ways; and mutable, which is changeable. These represent the unique ways each group of signs express their energy, reacts to circumstances, and navigates through life. Okay, so again, we're going back to the general overview of the astrology chart. And we look here, we see Aries, again, first house. It is a carnal sign, so it's action-oriented. It's a fire sign, also very action-oriented. You see, all the fire signs are very action-oriented because they're think of fire. When you have a fire, it's combusting, it's making things happen, it's exploding in some occasions. Think of this as symbolism. Okay, fire, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. These are all the fire signs. These are the signs or the energies represented in these signs that are the doers. They're the ones that just take the initial action. They go. They don't think. They just go. They just have an instinct to move and do things. And then we see the first sign of the zodiac is the carnal fire sign, which is a very strong first sign. Then we go to the fifth house, which is the Leo house. You see Leo, the fifth house, generally speaking, it's also a fixed sign and fire. So here we see that now the element has changed from carnal to fixed. So the energy shifts a little bit. Even though the momentum is there, the fixation or the fixed sign makes this sign a little bit more lazy or set back or laid back. Think about the lion in the wild. Okay, what do most lions do in the wild? They're laying around, relaxing, enjoying each other's families. And the male lion, he doesn't do anything unless he has to. So you see the symbolism there between a fixed fire sign, but when it's time for action, that lion gets up and goes out and gets the meal for the night or fends off any intruders and so on. You see how the energy works? Where the energy of Aries is basically unstoppable. It's impulsive. It's just driven to do. It wants to do all the time. And it gets very frustrated when it cannot do because it's a double action sign here, fire and carnal. Then we go to the third fire sign here. See, fire, Sagittarius, which is mutable, meaning that this sign of Sagittarius is very flexible. It loves change. It loves to try new things. It could change in different circumstances. So it has all the action, of the fire, but it also has this feeling that I could change in whatever circumstance I find myself in. So there is the Sagittarius energy, which is mutable. All the mutable signs have this. They just have it in different ways. When we go to the earth signs, now this is about the earth, being outdoors, physical earth like gardening or the land. And here are the other three signs having to do with the earth. And we could see here, there's Taurus. This is a fixed earth sign. This is why Taurus is like the immovable object. This is why this bull does not move or do anything unless it's provoked or it needs to, you see, because it's a double fixed or heavy earth sign. And so when we get to the next earth sign, which is Virgo over here, now Virgo is mutable, And so now we see an earth sign that can be down to earth, but also very flexible or with a need to be adaptable in some way. You see, and this is in the sixth house, generally speaking. That's the house where we try and keep ourselves busy. We are always doing things and daily routines and so on. And then when we get to the third earth sign, we have earth with carnal action. So now we have an earth sign that's very realistic and very practical, but also now has a tendency to need to do. I've got to make things happen. I've got to create. You see how it works? Again, it's symbolism. Again, this is very general. This is the energy of the house, The air signs, these are the communicators of the zodiac. They are Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini. So when we look at Gemini right here, we see an air sign with mutability. So what does that mean? That this is a very versatile sign that needs to talk, needs to interact. It needs creativity on many levels. It needs to be mentally stimulated. It has trouble sitting still because it has so much mental energy going on upstairs that it has trouble focusing. This is the Gemini energy. Then when we go to the next sign, which is the Libra energy right here, now we have an air sign which is carnal, action-oriented. So here we have a sign that loves to think, but now it has more motivation or energy to move because it has the carnal quality to it. And then when we look to Aquarius, this is a fixed air sign. So this symbol loves to think, but not necessarily put things into action because it's so set in its ways. And by the way, the four fixed signs are Aquarius, Leo, Taurus, and Scorpio, which we haven't gotten to yet. But these are the four signs that represent, and you'll see them in a lot of the art and a lot of the symbolism from the past. And these depict the foundation, and they are, the energy of the earth. And that's what that cross was all about. The cardinal cross kind of represents that in a sense. Then when we get to the water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, these are right here. Here's Cancer, which is a carnal sign. So it's a water-sensitive, emotion, feeling, carnal, action-oriented. So this is why we find a lot of people with strong Cancers in their charts, or if you have planets in the 4th house, being very restless, constantly moving around, constantly cleaning, constantly, moving from different places, buying new furniture, because their emotions are all over the place. It's like water, trying to hold water in your hands, and it keeps moving, but it's action oriented. Then when we go to Scorpio, here we have a water fixed sign. So here is this intensity of emotions and feelings in a very fixed mindset, or a very fixed element, which says, I could do this. I will take my emotions and I will hold on to them, and I will not let go of them until they suit me, because it's so fixed in its ways. And then last but not least, we have the mutable water sign here in the 12th house, which is Pisces, which is very mutable, very, emotional and sensitive. But then we add the element of mutability, which is change and, feeling back and forth and uncertain. That's why the image of the two fish are in opposite directions. So I hope you understand this part. Again, when we get into the charts, you'll see what I'm talking about even more. But these are the basics that you have to understand about the core foundation of the house system. Now, we get in even deeper, and we get to understand the degrees. Every house has 30 degrees to it, because this is kind of like whole house astrology. And what that means is each house is divided equally. And so they chose, whoever they were, thousands of years ago, that this was the best way to understand the constellations. And so as you can see here, we all have, they start off at 0 degrees, go all the way to 29, and then it turns at 30, goes into another sign. Okay, so there's 30 degrees. Then we have sort of this subculture going on here. These are the decans, okay? Each one of these signs is divided into 3 parts. Every 10 degrees is influenced by the other water signs or the other fire signs or the other elements in the chart. For instance, here's a perfect example. Let's take the sign of Scorpio. So the sun has just entered Scorpio, okay? So from the 0 to 10 degrees, the Scorpio energy is the strongest because it's being influenced by Pluto and the Scorpio energy. Now, when we look at the next set of degrees, okay, so let's say this person was born with the sun in Scorpio, the sun was at Scorpio, was like 14 degrees of Scorpio. Now, it's not just the sun in Scorpio, but it's being influenced by the Pisces energy, because this is the second part of the influence that's taking place. So this person has a very this person born on the 14th or 14 degrees has a very sensitive side and compassionate and wants to help. Whereas this one in the 1st house could be very driven and, very Scorpion in nature. This one has a softer side to them. Let's say they were born with a Scorpio at the last degrees, towards the end of Scorpio. Now they're being influenced in the last 10 degrees of Cancer. They're more family oriented. They're more emotional. Maybe they go into real estate. You see how it works? So each one of these has every 10 degrees being influenced. So let's say Aries. For the first 10 degrees, Aries is strongest. The next 10 to 20 degrees, it is being influenced by Leo, the next fire sign here. So it's an Aries kind of energy blended with a Leo energy. So this type of Aries or Aries rising person could be very creative and very childlike in many ways. Then the last 10 degrees, from the 20 degrees to the 30 degrees, is being influenced by Sagittarius. That's the other fire sign. So here, this individual loves to travel, explore, learn, have fun, go out on an adventure. You see how it works? And again, this is sort of the underlying principles. You don't have to use these, but if you dive deep into charts, you'll want to understand these, okay? We're not going to use them too much, but I figured you guys would like to know. So it happens for all the signs that way. Taurus, the first 10 degrees, being influenced by Taurus. Then it's influenced by Virgo. Then it's influenced by Capricorn, and so on. You see how it works? Every 10 degrees. So this is the sub-influence. Now let's get into a little deeper into the the chart and what it looks like. It's also about the seasons. Springtime is when Aries energy is, and this quadrant is also associated with the spring. When you look at the spring here in the northern hemisphere anyway, we see that when the sun is going through Aries, we are being influenced to get up and go. Things are starting to grow in nature. And then, of course, the earth sign where flowers start to bloom and the earth starts to come alive. And then, of course, the third element here, when we go into Gemini, everything's about communication. And so spring is upon us. Then the energy shifts into the summer months where we have the highest point where the sun is on the summer solstice, which is June to 21st. Everything is about family and gatherings and getting together and so on. And then we have the Leo sun, creativity, wanting to explore, have fun, love affairs, all of that. And then we have sort of the harvest as we are going slowly into the autumn season. There's cooking and tending to the crops and so on and so forth. When we go into autumn, this is where the sun starts to fade away in the northern hemisphere. And so it's about relationships and appreciating relationships and the connection. This is where we start to see the leaves changing colors. Then when we go into the Scorpio energy, the sun is beginning to die on the northern hemisphere. This is why they use the symbol of Scorpio, the sign of death and rebirth. Then Sagittarius is where we're learning and trying to figure things out, the philosophy, meaning of life, exploring before we go into the cold winter of the last three signs of the zodiac. Capricorn, which is represented by the mountain goat, because often it's depicted on top of a mountain with snow. This is a time in winter in the northern hemisphere where we have snow. And then we also have the Aquarius energy, which is about socializing, interacting with people, but it's also a bit colder. And then we have the Pisces water, the water spiritually realm of winter, where we're questioning everything and what are we going to do and where are we in life and so on. And then the cycle starts over again. You see how it works? And here's a perfect depiction of when the sun begins to rise in the northern hemisphere, and it's just the opposite in the southern hemisphere, where they have the I believe it's the autumn time. So here we have the sun just passing the equator right here. Okay, so the sun begins to ascent upward, and it begins to go through the signs this way, because this is kind of backwards from our vantage point. But so it begins to go this way, this way, this way, until it reaches up the highest point. It's not really the sun that's moving, it's us. So this, again, symbolically represents the chart, the essence of the core chart in astrology. So here is what each of the houses represent. And I have a great little tip for you guys to easily learn what the energies of these houses are. Okay, but first I want to just touch upon all these, as you can see here. And again, you can take a screenshot of this, pause the video, read them, write them down, whatever you want to do, because this is the core foundation of each one of these houses. So when we do the charts, you'll see what I'm talking about. When we put the planets in the houses, we will see how this energy is reflective in that person's chart. And we will be using celebrities because that's the easiest way to tell what's going on in these people's lives. So Aries, first house, Taurus, Gemini, so on, and you could see the qualities associated with each one of these houses. Okay, I'll just give you an example. Subjective self-awareness, personality, it's the mask, the identity, self-image, as projected to others, self-expression, outer expression. Okay, so you get the gist of what these houses mean, but I'm going to show you a little tip on how to remember the energies of these houses. Okay, when you think of the first house, I want you to imagine Aries in all its glory, the fire, the get up and go, the impulse, the need to look in the mirror, the need to be sort of self-driven, the need to think of oneself first. It's the beginning. There is the first house. Think of that. So let's say you come across somebody who is in Aries, okay, or has Aries rising over here in the first house. You're going to notice that they can't keep still. They're always going, and they keep talking about themselves, because everything about Aries is about the self. You know, you'll always notice Aries because they're saying things like, I am, and I am this, and I am that, and I'm going to work on this, and I'm going to work on that, because Aries is the first house of the zodiac, and that's the way their consciousness is geared. Okay, nothing wrong with it. It's just the way they are. So This is the first house, okay? Then when we get to the next sign, remember this, the bull, with all the pretty flowers and the gentleness. Now, the bull may give off this appearance, but as you know in real life, you poke the bull and it will give you the horns. So again, we are looking at this second house where this represents the resources, money, self-esteem, values and valuables, materials, security, attitudes towards possessions. This is what the bull is all about. So when you think of the second house, generally speaking, this is the bull you want to think about. Think about the energy of that house. That's why the symbolism is so important. Then the third house, we have the energy of the Gemini, the twins. So when you're doing a chart or reading a chart, you look at the third house and go, okay, this is the Gemini house, which means these people love to think. They're very mental. They love to speak. They love to express themselves. There's all kinds of learning. They're about siblings and communication. And so think of communication when you see planets in the third house, you see? So it's an easy way and a nice little trick to learn to understand the houses. Then when we go to the fourth house, think of the crab. Think of the quality of the crab. Think of how this animal acts in real life. And then you'll notice how it pertains to the fourth house. They're home-oriented. They're very private. They're very psychological, very family-oriented. Foundation, subconscious patterns. They're always dealing with the past. They're always remembering the past. They have fantastic memories. Okay, so think of the crab and the fourth house. The fifth house, this is easy because you got to think of the lion. The fifth house is associated with Leo. It's all about creativity. What do lions do in the wild? They're constantly looking to reproduce, especially the male lions and even the female lions. You know, they give offspring and they keep reproducing. They're very family oriented. They protect each other. You know, it's all about recreation and having fun out there, procreation, entertainment, pleasure, romance. When the female cat is in heat, the lion is in heat. You know, it literally goes after the male to reproduce, and it's all about children and reproducing and playfulness. So think of this fifth house as the lion house, okay, or Leo house. The sixth house, we have Virgo, the virgin, which represents purity. And so here we see the sixth house where it's all about self-improvement, service, employment, work routines, health and nutrition. This is what Virgo energy tends to, I don't want to say obsess, but it really does think a lot about all of these things here. You know, making one's self better and constantly, analyzing and making sure everything is okay and working and perfecting and so on and so forth. So think of the female or virgin or the female with the sixth house when you're thinking about the sixth house or looking at a birth chart. Then when we get to the seventh house, think of the scales, because the seventh house scales is all about this energy of partnership and balance. So here we see partnerships, marriage, one-on-one relationships, alliances, or conflicts. Let's not discount that. You know, when we're in a conflict with somebody or we kind of hate somebody, that is a reflection of our own energy on some level. The universe is always a duality. You know, everything we look at, we attract to us, and the universe is always trying to seek balance in equations. This also has to do with legal matters, of course, because this is the scales of justice. So think of that sign when we're looking at the seventh house. The eighth house, of course, think of a scorpion. Okay, it has the little stinger over here, okay? And it's got those little pinchers. And so this is the house that it's a deep psychological house. It's about renewal. It's about sexuality. By the way, the scorpion tail supposedly represents a penis. Death and rebirth, transformation, deeply felt peak experiences. This is a very intense house. This is a very deep, profound house. Okay, deep interactions with others. This is not a light house in terms of, doing things in a light and fairy way. This is a all or nothing kind of house, you see. So think of the Scorpio energy when you're looking at the eighth house and planets in the eighth house. The ninth house, this is the adventurer, explorer. Okay, Sagittarius. And this is why this is depicted as an adventurer, because it's like this man could do no wrong, and he feels so fortunate. He's got the strength of a horse, and the intelligence and beauty and strength of a man and a horse. So they're always seeking higher education, exploration, adventure, philosophy of life, religion, travel, explore. So they're always on the move because they're always searching for something more, something that they want to understand or they want to experience. And think of the ninth house as the energy of the ninth house. Then we go into the 10th house. Now we're back to sort of the top part of the chart, which is the mountain goat going up the mountain, going to achieve. But again, the fishtail doesn't allow it to achieve with great ease. It's saying basically that this is all about putting the effort in. You've got to try to make it up that hill. You've got to try to make it to the top. So it's about achievement in the world, authorities, public life, recognition, guides, career or vocation. Okay, Capricorn energy is very career oriented, and they usually want something with prestige or that's going to be very profitable for them. Here we have the 11th house. Think of a man with a water picture or water coming out of a barrel of some kind. And notice he's in deep contemplation. This is a highly intelligent man. Okay, this is where we look at the 11th house. Interacting, community, connecting, flowing with energy or life. Groups, innovation, collective endeavors, friendships, humanitarian goals, global awareness. The Aquarian energy loves to think of things as on a larger scale about humanity and purpose and the future, and very technical in nature as well. Then we have the Pisces fish, the spiritual realm. This has a lot to do with the mysticism, the doorway to the other realms of consciousness. This sign is all about service to others, self-transcendence, self-sacrifice, retreat from the world. This is that place where we go to hide out. This is the house of limitations, because we're trapped in this world of, I don't know what I'm doing, because I have one foot in reality and one foot in another realm. But I will give and I will help and I will make a difference. And that's what this house is all about. So I hope I've given you a good understanding of what the houses mean generally in astrology. Again, this will all make sense once we get into the actual birth charts. Okay. So anyway, I appreciate you tuning in for this, and join me on the next lesson where we will be talking about the mythologies, about all the gods and goddesses, and we'll go a little bit deeper because you need to understand where all this stuff comes from, why these philosophies and gods were created, and how they tie into the astrology realm. All right? Thanks a lot, and I will see you on the next lesson. Bye for now. Hi, and welcome back to the next lesson. As you can tell by the screen, this one's going to be about mythologies in astrology. What do they all mean? Where do they come from? Why are these stories important in astrology? So let's take a deeper dive and take a look at what it's all about. So first off, we have to understand what a mythology is. Okay, a mythology referring to a collection of myths, stories, legends, and beliefs that belong to a particular culture, religion, or society, or societal group. These myths often involve supernatural beings, gods, goddesses, heroes, and legendary creatures. And they typically explain the origins of the universe, natural phenomena, the customs and traditions of a society, and the moral values upheld by that society. So that's basically what a myth is. It's not a lie, it's not an exaggeration, but it is a story. So mythology plays a significant role in shaping the worldview and identity of a culture or civilization. It encompasses narratives passed down orally or through written text, and it may include rituals, symbols, and religious practices associated with the stories. Mythologies vary greatly across different cultures and historical periods, ranging from the ancient civilizations like the Greeks, Romans, Norse, Egyptian mythology to contemporary folklore and urban legends. As I've pointed out in some of the other videos, that these mythologies are very important to understand. And in today's society, unfortunately, we don't have any mythologies to live by. And so, because we have a totally different world with technology, and a lot of the history behind these mythologies has been lost. Here is a wonderful man. If you ever want to read any of his books, he's no longer with us, but I learned about him and I read most of his books years ago. This is Joseph Campbell. He became famous by writing this book called The Hero's Journey. He was a college professor in the New York area, and he writes, and you still could find a lot of his work online. Mythology is not a lie. Mythology is poetry. It is metaphorical. It has been well said that a mythology is the penultimate truth, penultimate truth, because the ultimate cannot be put into words. It is beyond words, beyond images, beyond the bounding rim of the Buddhist wheel of becoming. So, I mean, he's talked a lot about it, and he was an expert in mythology and religion. I mean, this, when you listen to some of his stuff or read some of his books, just phenomenal. His organization, his foundation, still puts out a lot of work and material, but you can find a lot of it online. But here is one of the one of the best quotes, and he had so many different quotes that were just phenomenal. The journey of the hero is about the courage to seek the depths, the image of creative rebirth, the eternal cycles of change within us, the uncanny discovery that the seeker is the mystery which the seeker seeks to know. The hero journey is a symbol that binds, in the original sense of the word, two distant ideas, the spiritual quest of the ancients with the modern search for identity. I mean, that is so well said when we think about mythologies. Okay? And so all these mythologies are about our consciousness, our connection to something broader, something bigger than we can imagine. In this day and age, all we're thinking about is making money and, technology and so on. But these ancient cultures didn't have that, but they had wisdom. They had some sort of wisdom that they understood cycles and patterns, and they began to create these stories around them in order to help the growing communities and the next generations. That's why they created them. So we're going to primarily focus on the Greek and Roman gods, primarily the Greek gods, because they were the great philosophers. The Romans came later and basically hijacked everything from the Greeks and, decided to change the names, just like the Greeks hijacked it from the ancient cultures, the Sumerians, the Babylonians. But we touched upon this in the introduction video. But this is what we're going to touch upon in this presentation. So I'm reminded of, when I see this and I put this together, the ancient gods, and then we have our own modern version here today of the Avengers. And this is Stan Lee, the creator of Marvel Comics. And I often wonder, I said, he must have known about all these mythologies and stories. And he incorporated all that in his comic books, and then later became the films. So he obviously is a smart man that knew a lot about mythology. So here are the 12 Olympians, okay? And we're going to focus on quite a few of these, not all of them, because some of these are actually asteroids. And the asteroids, when we do the asteroids in another lesson, I will include those mythologies with them. But we're going to be focusing on quite a few of these here, about 9 of them, 8 or 9 of them. And some of them are not even listed here, but the 12 primary Olympians from the Greek myths. As I said earlier, a lot of this stuff, almost all of it, including all the religions, comes from this era. Sumer, Akkad, Mesopotamia, Babylonian. This is where all these stories originate from. There was something going on back then where they understood the heavens and, they're watching the skies, and they needed to create stories and to understand or help people understand the energies of the universe. So here, as I already had this slide in the other presentation right here, but here are the 7 planets, because the ancient cultures knew and they could see the 7 planets. The outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, weren't discovered, but they knew about them too, but they didn't use them in their society because they weren't as important to them, because they were referencing everything just with these 7 planets. Okay, so we're gonna dive in a little deeper and see how the Greeks took all of this and their tradition and their interpretation, and you could see the story unfolding through their mythology and through their writings. So first we have to start off with Zeus, the king, supreme god, the almighty one. Okay, this is considered sort of the god of all gods. And the Greek name was Zeus, the Roman name was Jupiter, as you know, and this was the role of Zeus, or Jupiter, the king of the gods. And as you can see here from this artist's depiction, this was a supreme being of some sort. And let's dive a little deeper and see what his story is all about, okay? So when you think of Zeus, think of Jupiter. Zeus, Jupiter, one in the same, metaphorically speaking and energetically and mythology speaking. The story of Zeus in Greek mythology is a rich, complex, and portraying him as the king of gods, ruler of Mount Olympus and the god of the sky, lightning, thunder, law, order, and justice. Now, right away, we're already seeing that this man has, or this being has, some supreme energy or supreme power. Zeus was the son of Kronos, which in the Roman equivalent was Saturn. And we're going to get to him too, because he's very important. The Titan king. And Rhea, one of the Titans. Kronos, which also represents time in Greek, had a habit of swallowing his children, fearing that they would one day overthrow him as he had overthrown his father Uranus, which is the universe. Now this, talking about swallowing the children, it's not literally swallowing the children. If we're talking about Kronos and time, we have to look at this as a metaphorically speaking. What is, when a child is born, right, in the world, what starts happening to this child? It's fighting time. It's going backwards. In other words, it's here on this planet for a period of time. So it's fighting time. So this is suggesting Kronos, somehow this planet or energy is swallowing its children. When things are born, primarily humans and even animals, we're fighting time. So Zeus, fearing that this would happen to him, he decided to overthrow his father. Okay, and Uranus is the universe. So right away, we're already starting to see, a story evolving here of Zeus, this mighty sort of planet, wielding its super strong energy fields over Kronos and in the universe, you see? And so there's a connection here. When Zeus grew up, he sought to overthrow his father, Kronos, and free his siblings. Who are his siblings? These are all the other planets, who were still trapped into Kronos' time. He was aided by Metis, the goddess of wisdom, who gave Kronos a potion that made him regurgitate his swallowed children. So something had occurred in the universe, according to this myth, that Zeus or Jupiter has somehow, created or pulled away from Saturn. And that's how I would see this, helping with the help of his siblings, including Hesiodus, Demeter, Hera, Poseidon, and Hades. Zeus waged a war against the Titans, known as the Titanomachy. After a long and fierce battle, Zeus and his siblings emerged victorious, banishing the Titans to Tartarus, a deep abyss beyond the underworld. So it sounds like, just from this one myth, that there was some sort of activity going on with these planets, because you have to look at them from that perspective, these planets and how they came into creation or being. And it seems that Jupiter played a major role. And by the way, when we're talking about the sky god, lightning, sky, and thunder, Jupiter constantly has storms of lightning, thunder, and all kinds of stuff going on here. You see? So again, symbolic. This is what these mythologies are trying to tell us. They're giving us a story of the heavens. Next, we go to his brother Poseidon. And Neptune was the Roman version. The sea, the god of the sea. Poseidon is the most significant figure in Greek mythology, known as the god of the sea, earthquakes, and horses. He is often depicted as a powerful figure wielding a trident. And his domain includes the vast expanse of the ocean. Interesting. Now, I put here emotions because water symbolically is represented as emotions in our subconscious. So right away, we're starting to see that the oceans not only are being influenced by Poseidon, but what is our body mostly made up of? 70 to 75% water. So if Poseidon or Neptune, one and the same, is influencing the tides or the energy that's moving the water, do you think that's going to be moving our emotions and the water in our body as well? Poseidon is the son of Kronos and Rhea, making him one of the Olympian gods. He is thus a sibling of Zeus, Hades, Hera, Demeter. After Kronos, Saturn was overthrown by his children, the planets, Poseidon and his brothers Zeus and Hades drew lots to divide the realm. They decided to go, okay. In other words, something was happening where things were beginning to separate in the heavens, in the skies. Poseidon plays a significant role in various Greek myths. For example, he competed with Athena and Venus for the patron of patronage of Athena's, striking the ground with his trident and to create a saltwater spring, while Athena provided the olive trees. Now, this is a very interesting battle, Athena-Venus. See, what it's trying to imply here is Neptune, or Poseidon, which is influencing Pisces. Pisces the dreamer, Pisces the romantic. And Venus is known for partnerships and romance as well. Okay, when we get to her, you'll see she's the goddess of beauty and love. So what this is suggesting is Poseidon is somehow competing with Venus or Athena for the dominant role of, creation, or competing against or with or as a vibration of Venus. Okay, so they're like similar in many ways, but yet they're competing for energy of some kind. That's how I would see it. Poseidon is often depicted as a powerful but temperamental, which Pisces is the symbol of Pisces, which is ruled by Neptune, very temperamental deity, capable of both benevolent and vengeful action. He is quick to anger, especially when his authority is challenged or when he feels disrespected. Overall, Poseidon's mythology reflects the ancient Greeks' reverence for the power and unpredictability of the sea, as well as their understanding of the natural forces that shape the world. So you're beginning to see a picture here of how these stories, if you equate them to the planets and you understand the astrologically based symbols behind all this, you begin to understand the story. So when you look at these and someone says, Poseidon and Neptune, you begin to see, you understand it's Pisces, you understand that it's energy that's volatile, it's emotion, it's water-oriented. All of that starts to reveal itself. Now we go to Aphrodite, Venus, the goddess of love. Now, the interesting thing about this one is it's pretty straightforward. In Greek mythology, Aphrodite is the goddess of love, beauty, pleasure. Now, I know in the last one we said Athena, but there are many different myths that suggest Athena was also a goddess like Venus, but she was more of the hunter-gatherer type, where this is the softer version. Aphrodite is the softest version of this Venus goddess. You see, that's how I would understand it. And so here we see that, let's see, where were we? According to Hesad's Theogony, she was born from the foam of the sea after Titan Kronos castrates his father and threw his genitals into the sea. As Aphrodite emerged from the foam, she was carried on a scallop shell to the shore of Cyprus. Now again, what this is suggesting is that Uranus, the father of creation, which is the sky god, the creator heavens, if you will, okay? So there seems to have been some sort of battle, and there was parts that were lost, and all of a sudden, this planet or this being came into being. So if you think about sort of the Big Bang Theory, how scientists claim that there was a big explosion and everything was going round and round for millions of years, that would make a lot of sense when we're looking at the mythologies and how the planets came into being. If we look at them, they're all round, which suggests that we know they go around the sun. So over time, they began to form. And this is suggesting that Uranus had something to do with this. Basically, a piece of him fell off and created this softer planet we call Venus or Aphrodite. You see? And this planet was known for its beauty. So I'm just going to cut right through this. She's known for her beauty. Okay, she possesses the power to inspire, desire, passion on both mortals and gods alike. She was often depicted as ethereal and alluring with an irresistible charm. Her symbols include the dove, myrtle, rose, and swan. If you understand the mythology behind Venus and the goddess, she's very alluring. She's all about relationships. In astrology, she's all about relationships. So you could see here how the story is trying to tell you what this image is all about. And I'll let you read the rest of it. I'm not going to, because we have a whole bunch more to go, but you could always pause this and read this for yourself, okay? But you get the gist of it, what I'm trying to get here. Next, we get to Apollo. Now, I put Apollo twice because the Romans didn't even bother to change it. They just called it Apollo, and it was considered the sun god, god of music and medicine. So in Greek mythology, one of the most significant and multifaceted gods, often depicted as the epitome of youthful masculine beauty and grace. He is the son of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Leto, a Titaness. Apollo is associated with various domains, including music, prophecy, healing, poetry, archery, and the sun. Now, the reason for this is because the force of the sun is very healing and soothing and very, very much creative, just as it is in astrology. When I went over the sign of Leo, and I talked about the planet, the sun, and how it is powerful and how it is healing. It's the giver of life. You know, its power is able to grow plants. It's able to grow humans. It's able to grow animals, you see? And so we see this mythology once again being, talked about in the Greek. I mean, because again, like I said, they were philosophers. So they took all these ancient stories and they embellished them. They made them more grandiose, and they used obviously the Greek locations and the Greek Olympians and so on to glorify them. And this went on for many, many years. Okay, I just wanted to point out the story here that I forgot to mention the last time was that the Oracle of Delphi, that was it. So here was Apollo was the god of prophecy and oracles. His most famous oracle was located in Delphi, where the princesses Pythia would enter a trance-like state and deliver cryptic messages believed to be from Apollo. The oracles at Delphi were consulted by Greeks seeking guidance on various matters, including important decisions, wars, and personal affairs. Because they went into these caves, into these mountains, there was some sort of gases coming out of the earth, as I pointed out before. The certain women that were very much in tune and very psychic at the time would go in there and they would reveal all these messages. That's like the equivalent of someone taking mushrooms today or ayahuasca. And so they basically thought it was coming from Apollo, or, because Apollo is the creator god. And so this is the influence of Apollo. And again, when we think of Apollo, we think of the sun and its light. And it's often depicted as a chariot going across the sky as well, with the flame around it. Anyway, I'll let you read the rest of it. You could always stop the video and look it over. Next, we get one of the most famous gods in the Greek mythology. And this one basically speaks for itself. This is Mars, the god of war. And you could tell by this angry, kind of, I don't want to say angry, but intense look on his face, determination, the fiery, symbolism behind him. The artist that did this did a great job. And it represents the red planet here. Okay, in Greek mythologies, Ares is the god of war, violence, and bloodshed. Ares is the son of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Hera, the queen of the gods. Ares is often depicted as a violent and impulsive deity, just like the planet Mars in our charts. Reveling in the chaos and destruction of war. He is typically portrayed as being ruthless and bloodthirsty, often battling for his own sake rather than for any noble cause. Self-directed, selfish. This is the energy of Mars, generally speaking. I'm not saying it's bad or good. It's just the way the energy is. So you could see here how this symbolism of Mars is so depicted as an aggressor and a wanting to fight and wanting to battle. So something about this planet's gravitational field has something to do with Mars and its tendency to either constantly get entangled with energy from other planets. That's how I would look at it. Okay. And so, but you could see here through the mythology of how, when you read it carefully and you begin to understand the symbolism behind it, how important these were. And even here in Roman mythology, Ares is equated with the god of war, god Mars, who shares many similarities with the Greek counterpart, but is also associated with agriculture and fertility in addition to war. Now, that's very interesting because I have noticed the trend that when people have strong Mars in their charts, they do become farmers or they do work in soil in agriculture because they are so physically oriented. You see, so when you think of this mythology or this story and you think of Mars, think of the physical side of Mars as well, and the energy and the drive you need to create. And in this case, the Romans, equated agriculture and fertility, of course, And so, but this is a very strong energy that's depicted in the mythology. Next, we have Hermes, or Mercury, the messenger god, often depicted with wings somewhere on them. Probably has wings on his boots too. and the caduceus, which is the symbol for the healer or medicine, modern medicine today. This one symbol goes way back, and it's associated with the planet Mercury. Mercury, the messenger god. So in Greek mythology, Hermes is a major deity known as the messenger of the gods and the patron of travelers, merchants, thieves, and athletes. Born to Zeus, the king of the gods, and Maia, a nymph, Hermes is a multifaceted figure embodying various aspects of human life and experiences. He serves as the intermediate between divine realms of Mount Olympus and mortal world, delivering messages, commands, and decrees from the gods to humans. Okay? Now, this is pretty self-explanatory, that this was somehow, this energy, and the reason they called it the messenger god was because this planet is the fastest in our galaxy. It goes around the sun very quickly. So in order for it to, pass along its messages to the other planets, since it moves so quickly, it will interact or interfere with other planets much more rapidly than the outer planets, which take a long time to move around. You see, that's how. Now, the reason it's also called the trickster is because it goes into what's called retrograde mode about 3, sometimes 4 times a year, which means that from the Earth's vantage point, it falls behind the Earth. So it's like we're looking behind it. So as energy is weakened, it tends to make us not think clearly. It tends to trick our minds in a sense. And this is what they talk about, the trickster. This is how I would. Thieves also, because Hermes loved to sort of challenge and loved to play, loved to make money. It liked to engage in activities. Sometimes it was unscrupulous activity, you see. And so, but Hermes is credited with a lot of things, alphabet writing, language, and so on. And so this is a very old mythology. It actually goes back even further than that. And I believe in Egyptian it was thought. And then there were others before that. But it was all kind of the same being or the same energy or the same story from culture to culture. Like I said, each civilization took it and changed it and completely made it their own, to favor their society at that time. Now we get to Selene, or Luna, the goddess of the moon. And Selene is a significant figure in Greek mythology. She is the Titan goddess of the moon, often depicted driving a chariot across the night sky. Okay, I mean, this one, again, is pretty self-explanatory. Guiding the phases, Selene is the daughter of the Titans, Hyperion, and Thea, making her a sister to Halos, the sun, and Eos, the dawn. Selene's primary role is personification of the moon. She is responsible for driving her moon chariot across the sky, illuminating the night with her gentle light. Selene's movements were believed to be responsible for the waxing and waning of the moon. So you see, we're starting to see a story here of how this object is, coming into being, then it becomes full, goes away, and so she's often depicted as a beautiful woman riding a chariot across the sky, pulling horses. She's sometimes wearing a crescent moon or crown, or holding a torch. Okay, because the light reflected off the moon, creating light. So they symbolize that as a torch. And so what else? Selene appears in various myths and legends, often as a romantic figure because it's very feminine in nature. And back then, they knew their genders, man, woman. And if you had both, you were considered someone special in these societies. One of the famous stories involves Selene and her love affair with the mortal shepherd Endymion. According to the myth, Selene fell in love with Endymion and placed him in eternal sleep so she could visit him every night. So here we're seeing an image or a story that suggests that the emotion and the feelings that were connected to this love affair were in the subconscious. And by the way, the moon in astrology represents the past and the subconscious because it's only reflective of the light of the sun. So it does go into the shadows in a sense, you see, which is the subconscious. Then we get to Gaia or Tara, all right, the goddess of the earth. Now, obviously, this is very important, even though in astrology, we really don't use it much except for our location here. And so here she is, the primordial deity who personifies the earth itself. She's considered one of the first beings to emerge from the void of chaos at the dawn of creation. Gaia is often revered as the ultimate mother figure in Greek mythology, symbolizing fertility, abundance, and nurturing aspect of the earth. Gaia is often depicted as the mother and progenitor of all life, nurturing and sustaining the natural world. Can you not see that? That this body of this ball and this planet and this symbol and this artist depiction is perfectly embodying all the life that is created on this planet. If you stop and think here for a moment, how much life and how precious life is in all its forms, to be able to grow out of nothing. And here is this feminine energy that is the giver of life, all kinds of life. And the woman in mythology is absolutely symbolic of that giver of life. You see, it's the nurturer, it's the symbol of it. And Mother Earth is that symbol according to the mythologies and the stories here. I mean, it's pretty evident to me, and that's why I'm sharing this with you. But there is a really interesting story about this Gaia. Let's see, Gaia played a critical role in creation of the cosmos, according to some of the myths. She spontaneously emerged from chaos and then gave birth to Uranus, the sky, without the need for a mate. Very interesting. Okay, so obviously there was something going on in the atmosphere at the time that created, something out of nothing. Together, Gaia and Uranus produced the Titans as well as other significant entities in Greek mythology. Gaia eventually became disillusioned with Uranus due to his harsh treatment of their children, the Cyclopses and the Hecatetrons, which are like three-headed, four-headed beings with many multiple hands. With the help of their son Kronos, Gaia conspired against Uranus, leading to his castration and overthrow. Now, this is very interesting. Obviously, she didn't physically castrate him, but somehow this is suggesting that the Earth came into being and became detached from the planet Kronos or Saturn. Because, as I pointed out in my first video with the planets, Saturn has this humongous pull and force that it seems to be holding everything in place in our galaxy. You see? So what this is suggesting is we finally got out of the grips of Saturn here. Earth pulled away from the grips of Saturn. That's how I'm looking at this. And so, again, symbology here, storytelling. And again, you could stop this and read the whole thing for yourself. Now, here we get to Kronos. All right? And Saturn in the Roman youngest of Uranus, father of Zeus. Now, I want to show you the symbolism behind this, and it's really amazing. Here's that sickle, wings, and of course it has a baby. This is an old man, Father Time. There's no escaping time on this planet. That's the one thing we cannot control or create more of. So this whole mythology behind Kronos is about time, and the planet, Saturn, is representative of time. These rings we know are some sort of frequencies that are around Saturn that restrict us in some way. And this artist's depiction is a perfect example of that. The moment we're born, that baby starts dying, even though it's growing and it's becoming mature. But everything starts dying if it's not cared for or nourished. It's going to die. And Saturn represents that energy. It represents the effort needs to be made in order to produce. And this is what the whole mythology behind Kronos is all about. Okay, so in Greek mythology, Kronos, also spelled with a K, was one of the Titans, the divine beings who ruled the cosmos before the reign of the Olympian gods. He was the youngest of the Titans, born to Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth. So what this is suggesting, once again, that there was some sort of creation story here that was creating this symbol of Kronos. Okay, so something exploded, something was generating this force to create these planets. That's what these mythologies are saying. Kronos is primarily known for overthrowing his father Uranus with the help of Mother Gaia. Gaia was upset, Uranus imprisoning her children. I just read you that story. Okay, when Zeus grew up, he forced Kronos to regurgitate the siblings, again from the Zeus story. All right. It is a symbolic story of energy and planets vying for control or their own sort of independence. So when you read these mythologies and you look at Saturn, you go, okay, that god Saturn was very restrictive. He's very controlling. He represented time. So when you're looking at a birth chart and you look at the Saturn, you realize where that Saturn is in your birth chart. And you say, wow, these are some major lessons that I've had to learn because of time. You see, that's how it works here. That's the symbolism behind astrology and these mythologies. And that's how you have to look at all this. But again, I'm just giving you the longer version here in this presentation so you get a better understanding of it. Then we come to Uranus, which is the universe in itself. It is the sky. This is the god of the sky. And Uranus, both Roman and Greeks both used it. And so he was the primordial deity representing and the progenitor of the Titans, which were giants. Okay, and these giants basically were more than likely some other planets that were so big, and they either basically collided with themselves, or there was a large explosion of some kind. And these myths are trying to tell us how the planets formed and how they work and how their energies are pulling and pushing on humanity and in the skies, and how these planets interact with each other. That's how they are, symbolically represented to me. And anyone that reads this understands this as well. So the blood of Uranus spilled on the earth, giving rise to a variety of creatures and plants. So something happened in the heavens where parts of Uranus broke off. Okay, not the man, but parts of Uranus broke off, spilling off into the Earth's atmosphere. Okay, from the sea. Uranus's genitals, again, for Aphrodite, the goddess, and after his castration. Now, the reason he was castrated is because he lost a lot of his power to reproduce, because he was moving further and further out into the galaxy, you see. And so, again, symbolism. Look at this as symbolism. And the other Titans and Zeus and the other gods overcame the sky and Kronos and Uranus, because they were moving further and further away, and these other Titans, and especially Zeus, were becoming more and more powerful, and they were becoming more and more energetic, if you will. So again, look at this as energy and symbolism. Then, of course, we get to one of the most powerful figures, which is Hades, or Pluto, the god of the underworld. This is always associated with Pluto here, okay? And you can see it by this artist depiction of this being in the underworld, in the dark, real deep within. This is the psychology behind this planet. And they knew this back then, even though they didn't use it, like in Sumer or in Babylonia, but in the Greek mythologies, they began using it. Okay? God of the underworld, ruling the realm of the dead. Hades was often depicted as a stern and unwielding figure associated with death and afterlife and the riches of earth. As you could see, the symbolism behind this. He was also known to epithets, Platonian, and Pluto, which is about money, being wealthy, which refers to his role of the god of wealth, particularly the wealth found underground, such as precious metals and gemstones. So if you're the god of the underworld, anything that's hidden is going to, be of interest to you. Hades was not typically considered an evil deity in Greek mythology, but rather a neutral figure carrying out the duties as the ruler of the underworld. He presided over the souls of deceased, ensuring that they received the proper judgment and were assigned to their appropriate afterlife destinations. Now, this is an interesting one here. Hades fell in love with Persephone and, with the consent of Zeus, abducted her and took her to the underworld to be his wife. Demetri, which is the mother, grief-stricken over the loss of her daughter, caused a great famine on earth until Zeus intervened and negotiated Persephone's return. However, because Persephone had eaten a pomegranate seed in the underworld, she was required to spend a portion of her year with Hades, which explains the cycle of seasons. Now, do you see the story here? This again has something to do with the feminine energy dying and going deep into the underground. In other words, this is suggesting that, if you plant a seed, let's say in the fall, there's a good chance that it will grow in the springtime. And Zeus, the almighty god, was the energy that would, with a little luck or with a little extra boost from Zeus, would bring back this Persephone, okay? But this seed of the underworld was still planted. In other words, it was sort of a requirement every year that things would die and then be reborn again. And there's the cycle of the seasons. Everything dies in the wintertime and then is reborn again later on. So again, we're looking at a symbolic way of looking at these mythologies. And this is very important to understand how these things work. When you think of Hades or Pluto, you think of the planet and its death and rebirth symbolism behind it. You see, that's how it works, friends. Anyway, all these mythologies are telling a story of how the universe came into being and the influence on man. A lot of the ancient art could tell you, it looks art like this, and it's basically saying, here are the planets, here are the body parts associated with the movement of the planets. There's the sun, and here are the symbols for the other planets. So basically what it's suggesting is these ancient mythologies knew all about the movement of the heavens and how they affected the body. And I love this one with the little chain to the heavens, chain to this reality, you see. And so very fascinating stuff. Once you go down this rabbit hole, you discover all this and you start connecting the dots. You go, oh my God, it's amazing. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this, and join me for the next lesson where we're going to actually create a natal chart. All right? I look forward to talking to you soon. Bye for now. Hi, and welcome back. In today's lesson, we're going to learn about creating a natal chart. I'm going to show you examples. I'm going to show you how I do it. I'm going to show you some of the software that I use. And we're going to dive in by using celebrities, because I found that they're the best way of showing us how the energies work in a natal chart. So if you're ready, let's get started, okay? So here is an actual natal chart. This is from my software. And it basically shows you the symbols of the planets and where they are. So I pulled up this chart on the 26th at 12 p.m. here. And so you see the symbols of the planets and then the signs that they were in right there. And then we see the degrees everything was at this moment in time at 12 p.m. in Phoenix. And so these are the houses or the constellations where everything was at that time. And the rising sign here, which was the sign coming up on the eastern horizon, was in the sign of Cancer when I was doing this. So as you could see here, if we're just looking generally at this chart, we want to look at the main position of the sun, the moon, and the rising sign. So anytime we look at a chart, those are the first things we want to take a look at. And so I'm going to dive into all of that. But as you can see here, a lot of the planets are above the horizon here. So most of the planets are above. So this is like dealing with the public, doing things on the outside, And we only had the moon down in the 4, the fourth house. And so I'm doing this from my home, which is my RV. And here we see the symbol of the moon of Libra. And so this is about partnerships and balances and connections with others. So what am I doing? I'm creating video content here to share with others. So you see how the symbolism works there? But let's go a little deeper and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So here are the major astrology software programs. Okay, Astrolabe. Astrograph is pretty good. Kepler is another one that's been around for a long time. I actually have also the Matrix WinStar, but I don't use it as much. And then we have these other ones. Now, these are just the top 5. There's a lot of great software out there. You could always get apps on your phone. And so these are all the more professional ones, okay, that most professional astrologers use. I happen to use SolarFire. That's the program I'm using to create these charts. And as you saw, it's the #1 program because it is the most scientific, but at the same time, it's the most accurate, and it's a really good program, and it's based for professionals. I think they have a lower version, but you'd have to, Google it on YouTube. Google it and just see where you could find it. But anyway, this is the program I use. So let's dive in and take a little closer look at how this program works and how we create a chart. We're going to use celebrities. So the first celebrity up here is going to be this guy, Robert Downey Jr. And I'm sure everyone is familiar with him and his life and his work, because we're going to dive deep and see how the astrology reflects itself in this man's life. So he was born here on April the 4th, 1965. The place of birth is Manhattan, New York, and the time of birth. These are the things that you absolutely need when creating a very accurate birth chart. Now, some people don't know their time of birth. Now, there's something called a sun chart, and that is where we put this time of birth at 12 p.m., which is midday, and then we use what's called a sunrise chart. That's what the horoscopes are based on, the sun sign. And so it's still very accurate, but it's not 100% accurate like the actual time of birth. Okay, so for you folks that don't have your birth time, it's not a big deal. We could still get a lot of information from the planets on that day you were born using a sun chart. All right, so let's move on and take a closer look at Robert's life. So this is how I create a birth chart. I open up the program and it comes to this one screen here. And then I click on chart and it'll say new chart. And then all of a sudden a pop-up will create this little box here in the middle. I'll enter Robert's name here, the date, the time of birth, the place. And then of course, the program will automatically, all of these programs will automatically set the time zone once you put the date in. So here's the time zone, Eastern time zone, because that's what New York is. The longitude and latitude, very important, but again, the program will do that for you. The event was a birth. The house systems. Now, I want to just touch upon that real quickly because there's so many different house systems. If I was to click on this little tab here, there'd be a whole list of house systems. Same for the zodiac. What these are referring to, and these are the most common, by the way, in Western astrology, Placidus and tropical. And I give you little descriptions on the side there. Placidus refers to every 2 hours, we have the ascendant is moving. So once we know the ascendant sign and the time and the degree it's at, then everything else falls into place. In other words, it's a more accurate description of the planetary alignments at that moment in time. So it's the eastern horizon you see at the time of your birth marks the first house cusp, and then we know where everything else goes. Again, the program will do all of that for you. Tropical refers to in Western astrology, we use the equinoxes each year. When we do that, our astrology will not exactly align with the actual star constellation because over time, everything is moved. But on Earth here, because we use the Western astrology, we base everything on the equinoxes, which is called tropical. There's another version, which the Vedic astrologers use, which is called Vedic. Now, Vedic astrology bases it on the actual constellations and the movement of the constellations and our relation to it. When we do that, okay, it will change your birth sign. It will change planetary positions. So they're still going to be both accurate. But in Vedic astrology, because they use the actual constellations, it's an exact location, in the chart. But like I said, it'll change everything. So you'll have to kind of adjust to that. But in Western astrology, we could change this to sidereal, which is more accurate. But because we're using tropical and the equinoxes, we use the tropical setting. Here we see the geocentric, which just means that we base everything from the Earth's center, okay, universe with the Earth at the center. And then, of course, we have the source rating from his birth records. Anyway, but that's the chart that pops up on this particular program. Then you hit OK, and then it generates his chart. Okay, and there it is right there. So we're going to dive into just the basics. This is how we create a chart, and I'm going to show you exactly how I would interpret a chart right away. We looked at, like I said, the sun, the moon, and the ascendant. So here we see the sun was in the position of Aries at 14 degrees of Aries at 45 minutes past the hour. That's how it's read. And we see that the sun is in the 9th house right here. And I gave you this chart here. This is a great little cheat tool to understand the energy. So you take the combination of the energy of the Aries energy, and then you put it in this house, which obviously has a lot more associated with it, but it's the search for meaning, higher education, mind expansion, philosophy of life, religions, journeys, and travel. So with Robert's sun in the ninth house, do you think he's been on a personal journey of self-discovery? Do you think he's been expanding his mind through possibly drug addiction? Huh? Do you think he's been traveling about a lot? Absolutely. When you look at this, what he's been through and how it correlates to his chart, just that alone, you could see that this man, and what does Aries represents? Represents the self. And it looks like to me, as an astrologer and someone who, observing human nature, because he's in Aries, he has been on this personal journey of self-discovery. That's how I would interpret this sun in the ninth house, because this is what this house represents. Okay, are you seeing the connection, folks? And so now we go to the next sign, which is the moon position. Again, very important in astrology. The moon represents emotions, represents, anything to do with the home life. And it was in Taurus. And it's in the 10th house. What's the 10th house? Achievement in the world. He's become super famous, right? All throughout his life, even when he was on drugs and, getting arrested and in trouble. Authorities. He was absolutely involved with authorities. They've arrested him many times. Okay, his public life, everything was in the public. His moon was in the public here. His emotions, his feelings, his subconscious was being revealed to us in the public. Career, vocation. I mean, this is all symbolic of how the energy has been reflected in this man's chart just by his sun and his moon. Okay, and then we have the rising sign, or what's also called the ascendant. It was in Leo. Right there, Leo the lion. And we're going to get into that. And again, the first house represents the mask, how we're seeing the self-perception, self-awareness. It's the drive, it's the motivation, how you project ourselves to others. Self-expression is very important in this first house. Okay, it's how others see you. So let's take a little deeper dive and see what Robert's, reality was all about. So we know we have a sun in Aries. So driven, direct, fiery, get up and go, impulsive, right? Self, drive, challenges, battles. All his battles have been internal because of the Aries energy. It hasn't been with really others. It's been about himself. Everything is about himself, trying to experience new things and trying to understand himself, all from a young age all the way till today. So we see that energy revealing itself in the birth chart. Then we see his moon sign. He has a gentle side to him because that's what the bull represents. But the bull is not, all gentle all the time, but it has to do with values and beliefs. He didn't know who he was, what he believed in, what his values were. And so he continued to chase this, sensations. And you could see that perfectly with the picture of the cigar, enjoying himself in many ways. Money. Has he become very successful financially? Absolutely. He's always had money. Money has always come in. And one way or another, the money was there because he had the Taurus energy very strongly in his chart. Then when we look to the Leo ascendant or the Leo rising energy, very expressive, very childlike in many ways, refusing to grow up. All right. Creative, absolutely very creative. When you're in the movies and acting, you're very creative. Pleasures, definitely enjoyed his pleasures. The women, the drugs, everything. It was all pleasure and was all self-directed. Remember, he's in Aries. Dramatic, absolutely. He's had very dramatic roles. I mean, he's one of the best actors I've ever seen. And so he has that dramatic side to him from the Leo energy, you see. And he's coming forth with this out of his soul, out of his being, all right? So let's just take a quick refresher here. The Ram, assertive, sexual, able to climb to gain heights. He's done that. Mars is associated with Aries, so the ancient god of war, aggression, conflict. Mars influence fosters tension. Yes, he's had plenty of that, I'm sure. Let's see. But let's go down a little further here because this is really revealing. All right. So let's look at the dominant word here is I am. Interesting, right? This is how Aries see, and talk. And you could always tell an Aries by the words I am. But look at the metal. Okay. It is iron. How did Robert Downey Jr. become famous and wealthy? How about I am Iron Man? Do you see the symbology here? Do you see how in the movie he said, I am Iron Man? And in his real life, he is an Iron Man. He's endured so much. He's put himself through so much pain and suffering. He's associated with iron because he's an Aries. He has endured so much to get to the place that he is today. Achievement, self-realization, awareness. You see how astrology is a symbolic language, and I'm showing you perfect examples of the symbolism with actors. And they're very subtle symbols, but these are the most extreme and the most sort of well-known because their lives are in the public. But here's a perfect example of an Aries who's gone through sort of troubles and trials and tribulations in his own personal life, and then gotten to a place in his life where he's discovered who he really is and how he could use his energy and harness it and become more of himself. And so this is just amazing to see this. All right. The other thing, let's look at his Taurus moon. Taurus is the sign of values, beliefs, money, right? Look at how wealthy he is, roughly. Look at how much money he's accumulated. And this is Taurus, the sign of money. So, but he had to go through the trials and tribulations of his values and beliefs before he could get to this part here. So anybody in their birth chart that has a strong Taurus in their chart, Taurus rising, Taurus sun, Taurus moon, Mars in Taurus, usually their subconscious is geared towards making money or accumulating things. But unfortunately, the Taurus energy comes with a price. You have to understand who you are, your values, your beliefs, before you could get to this. See how it works? The universe has karma involved. What the effort you put in, you get back. This is how it works. So wherever Taurus is in the birth chart, this is the area where you must put the work in and realize these values about yourself and how you value others in order to accumulate this. Okay, but this is a perfect example of that. And I've got a few more. Let's get on to another well-known actor, Brad Pitt, William Bradley Pitt. Born on December 18th, 1963 in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Time of birth, 6:31 a.m. Once again, I open up my program, put his information in, and voila. Out comes the birth chart. So now here we see a little different dynamic. We see a sun in the first house. What's the first house again? Sun is about the self-image, the persona, right? The sun shines brightly in this first house. I mean, this man could get attention if he was in a cave. Other animals would show up and give him attention or want to be around him because he has such a magnetic, warm energy to him because that's what the sun represents, right? But now look, it's in it's in Sagittarius, along with his rising sign in Sagittarius. Now, Sagittarius is ruled by what planet? Jupiter. I'm going to get to that in a minute. But these are very big. These are doing things on a larger scale. These are, deeper meaning, adventure, travel, exploration. But then he has 4 planets in the sign of Capricorn, including his moon right there. His moon is in Capricorn. All right. And so this changes a little bit of the dynamic because what's Capricorn? It's the mountain goat that likes to achieve. It likes to rise to the top. It's very disciplined, taking one step at a time to rise to the top. So here we see the second house. Okay, the second house is what? Resources, self-esteem, values, material possession, attitudes towards possessions. He's got a lot of homes. He's got a lot of property, a lot of money. You could see that in his birth chart here. But let's focus a little more and see what he's got. So like I said, here is the sign of Sagittarius, the adventurer, the traveler, the explorer. This man's been all around the world, and everyone knows who he is. It's ruled by Jupiter, the largest planet in our galaxy, right? And then we have the moon position, and he has 4 planets in the moon, is the mountain goat, achieving to the top. Do you see the level of success this man has accumulated in his life? He's at the top of the food chain, so to speak. Determined, achievement, public life, recognition. I mean, I don't think there's anybody on this planet that doesn't know who he is. The sun in the first house. Now that is very important, like I said. Self-expression, theatrical, creative, happy, life force. Anytime you look at Brad Pitt, can anyone honestly say that there's a negative energy coming from him? He's always smiling, happy-go-lucky. That's what the sun in the first house will do in a very favorable position like Sagittarius. Feeling fortunate, feeling happy, feeling content, feeling lucky. Sagittarius is also associated with luck. So this man is so lucky that he can't even go to certain casinos because he wins so much money. I read that story years ago. That's how magnetic he is when it comes to luck. All right. So let's take a little deeper dive here. The archer representing the directness and a love of the outdoors and the chase. Absolutely. He's done all of that. But Jupiter, the most important god, ruler of the heavens. Jupiter is the planet of good luck, optimism, or good fortune, optimism, expansion, and abundance. He's had plenty of that, right? I see is their motto. Remember, I see. Capricorn is this determined mountain goat. An animal who's able to ascend to the heights by taking advantage of every foothold. He has done that. He's worked hard. Capricorn is reserved, prudent, patient, uses cunning instead of force, seeks security in acquisitions, disciplined, determined, and quick to seize opportunities. He's had many roles, and he's made it up the ladder. He's achieved. He's gone up, to where he needed to go. And then we have the sun shining bright, as I said earlier, in this first house of identity and self. He's seen as an optimistic person. He's seen as a happy-go-lucky person. Do you see the symbolism, friends? Let's get to somebody else now that has a different chart and a different dynamic going on. Here's Whitney Houston, Whitney Elizabeth Houston, born on August 9th, 1963, place of birth, Newark, New Jersey. Time of birth, 8:55 p.m. So I put her information in, and up would come this chart right here. So she's got a different dynamic here. So now we see her sun in Leo right here in the 6th house. All right. And we're starting to see a little different dynamic. The sun is not as strong as, say, Brad Pitt's in the 1st house, which is very happy-go-lucky and so on. Here, this is the house of responsibilities. This is the house of perfection. This is the house of health. So self-improvement, service, employment, work, routines, health, and nutritional duty. Okay, this is again, like I said, this is a house that symbolically represents analyzing and perfection. Here's her sun in the 1st house, trying to shine bright in the 6th house. Then when we go to our moon sign, it's in Aries, the self, which is in the 1st house, which has to do with her emotions and feelings. I know she had a bit of a temper. Self-reflective, trying to get an understanding of her emotions and her feelings. But one of the most prominent things in her sign is the rising sign at the time of her birth, which was in Pisces, spiritual, living between worlds, unsure of her identity. Because remember, the Pisces energy or Neptune is kind of like this emotional energy that it's always constantly moving. It's constantly in the depths, of two realities at the same time. So let's take a closer look. Here we see the Leo energy, which is the creative side of her. She was a wonderful singer, and she expressed herself, and she got a lot of attention for it. Creative self-expression, shining bright, absolutely. She was at the top of the game. Now the moon here was in a difficult position. The moon is water, and it's driven, anger, conflicted, and self-reflective. Here is the fiery Aries of energy basically muddling through the emotional realm or the waters, which is one and the same, of this moon that she has in her 1st house of identity and self. Do you see how inner turmoil? Remember, the sun represents the outer expression. The symbol of the moon is the inner expression, the subconscious. Here we see that there is confliction going on here, especially with her moon being in the 1st house. But even more so when we look at her Pisces, Neptune and Pisces, one and the same. Restless, self-sabotage, emotional, addiction, low self-worth. Remember, her and Bobby Brown, her ex-husband, big drug users. They were, doing a lot of drugs. That would be the 1st house. Pisces, addiction, uncertainty, living between realities. Do you see that? Houston was found unconscious in Beverly Hilton, submerged in a bathtub. Where do fish live? Water, right? In a bathtub. She died in a bathtub with heart disease. Heart is associated with Leo. Every zodiac sign is associated with a body part. Heart disease and cocaine use as contributing to her death. Drug addiction, self-worth issues, unable to deal with emotions, self-worth, I'm not sure, restlessness within her own identity and subconscious. But she put on this wonderful persona, to protect herself. but ultimately it caught up to her. Okay, again, symbolism, friends, symbolism, just by these three, aspects in the birth chart. We haven't even dug deeper. Later on when we get into some of the deeper stuff, you'll see even more. Here we see the Pisces energy, two fish signifying the hidden depths, shifting emotions, currents, conflicting desires, just as the symbol of Neptune there. All right. This is the planet of Neptune, the sea god. It's the planet of illusion, glamour, mystery. That was her. She had 3 planets in Virgo as well, the perfectionist. This is the opposite sign of Pisces. So she was battling perfection on some level within herself. And so we see the Pisces energy, the 3 planets in Virgo, this sort of emotional, turbulence was going on inside of her, and she finally escaped the reality, a little too much drugs and drinking or whatever it was, and she wound up drowning. Let's get to the next person. Here's Pamela Anderson. Okay, Pamela Denise Anderson, born on July 1st, 1967. Ladysmith, Canada, 4:08 a.m. Put that into the computer and voila. We have a birth chart for Pamela Anderson. So here we see, again, a sun in the first house, this time in Cancer. Interesting. Remember, Cancer is the symbol of what? The crab. Let's remember that when we get on to some of the later slides. She also had the rising sign in Gemini, which is Gemini, the duality. 2 sides to her. And the moon was also in Aries. But now Aries is in a stronger position up here. It's not in the first house of identity and self, but it's in the 11th house of hopes, wishes, and dreams for the future. What's the 11th house? Groups, involvement, clubs, collective endeavors, friendships, humanitarian ideals, global awareness. So here the energy is directed in a different manner. Her moon sign in Cancer is ruled by the moon. So these two are kind of connected together. Okay, but let's take a closer look at what some of the symbolism looks like with Pamela Anderson. All right, so we have the Cancer, the crab, all right, which is emotions and feelings and self-protective. You could see that when she gives interviews, she's a little uncomfortable and she's just, just showing you one side of her. But they're very action-oriented. Cancer is a very action-oriented, it's a carnal sign. So is the moon, very action-oriented. So this is a person that is very action-oriented. Anger, driven, conflict. This, yes, can be something in her birth chart because she's got such a strong Cancer and then she has all this fire. So this, for her, the energy is in a different way. It's more, I'm going to be driven. I'm going to be driven to be in the public. I'm going to be driven to do something more with my life. You see? And that's how I would determine this, not like Whitney Houston's chart where she had the Pisces rising, which was very difficult. But here we see Pamela with the Gemini rising, which is a duality. She loves to talk. She's very talkative. She's very smart. She's very playful, mischievous, absolutely. Just look at her love affairs that she's had, her husbands and all the people she's been involved with romantically. Very jittery. She's always a little nervous and jittery. Remember, she's trying to protect herself as a Cancer. And then all this Gemini energy that wants to come across and be playful and, not show you everything. But question, what show made her famous? All right, let's look at the symbolism. Baywatch. Hey, look at that. This is the role that really, propelled her to fame. Okay, but two questions. One, what part of the body is Cancer associated with? I'll give you a hint. Right there. Okay? How many pictures have been taken about her and her chest? Right? Where do crabs live since she's a Cancer? On the beach. Do you think it's a mistake that she chose this role that involved being on the beach? Do you see the symbolism? Do you see how it reflects itself in one's birth chart? And she has that sunny disposition in this, because she has the sun in the first house as well, just like Brad Pitt. So she has this sunny disposition, even the blonde hair, a lighter color. So you could see the symbolism revealing itself in celebrities very easily. And this is just touching upon the surface. So let's go on. Here we see Leonardo DiCaprio, born on November 11th, 1974, place of birth, Los Angeles, California, time 2:47 a.m. And you could just see that this man is something else, and we'll dive a little deeper. So let's look at his chart. Now, the first thing I noticed here, because we are looking at quadrants also, I'm just throwing this out there. Look at all the planets he has just in the first house of this part of the chart, these first three. This is the part that has to do with what? The self, expression, values, all of. Look at how much energy he has in his first house. You think this man is very self-driven? Absolutely. So he has the sun in Scorpio. He also had two other planets in Scorpio. Okay, so in the second house of resources, self-esteem, values, interesting. Moon in Libra. Now we have a different dynamic here. We have a moon in the first house, but it's in Libra, along with three other planets in Libra: Pluto, Uranus, and Mercury. And he also has a rising sign in Libra. Libra people can be very attractive, very charming, very alluring. Do you not see that in him? The qualities that he has? Okay? And so, but he also has this other side of him, the Scorpio side of him, which you could tell by this picture. He has an intensity to his personality. The eyes are a dead giveaway, and you could see that in him. So he's very intense, mysterious, powerful, sexual, passionate. He's had many love affairs, many connections, and you could see that being reflected in his birth chart and in his birth sign. But then again, the moon was trying to balance him out a bit. Balanced, charming, attractive, alluring, as I said. So there's a charm to him that's very magnetic between the Scorpio magnetism and the charm of Libra. He's very, very alluring. This is why he went to acting and performing. But Libras can be very friendly, social, relationship-oriented, easygoing. So he has this sort of back and forth energy going on, this intensity and wanting to be by himself and, enjoying the privacy. But then he has this other side of him that needs balance and fairness and, wants relationships. But you could clearly see the intensity on that face there from that picture. So here again, a secretive, deadly creature that can poison its enemies. It's like, don't double cross me. You'll regret it. And so, Pluto rules the genitals. I'm sure he's had plenty of sex with plenty of people. I desire is the theme. Libra is about balance, signifying balance, equilibrium, order, and peace. Absolutely, I balance. The goddess of love, beauty. I'm sure he likes his beautiful things and beautiful women and beautiful everything else, But this is, again, the symbolism, if you see the symbolism here, all right? Let's go back to Leonardo DiCaprio's chart for a second and notice that he has quite a few planets in the second house of resources and self-esteem. And he has the sun there, which is very powerful, shining a light, right? So let's take a look at how wealthy he is. Do you see how the second house, which is associated with the values, beliefs, and money, has done very well for him? How he is able to accumulate so much in his life, just like Robert Downey Jr., Brad Pitt. They all had very strong second houses, which is the house of money and values and sensation and beliefs. And here we see that again. Scorpio is also associated with power. He's a very powerful actor in Hollywood, gets what he wants. Are you beginning to see the connections? You see, it's all symbolism, friends. It's all symbolism. Let's go and do a few more. Let's look at this guy here, Martin Scorsese. Okay, born November 17th, 1942. Place of birth, Flushing, New York. Time of birth, 12:24 a.m. Put it into the computer, and voila. Here we see his birth chart. Here we see a totally different dynamic. And I want to show you, he's got the sun in Scorpio, but he has 4 planets in Scorpio. Okay, big difference. Now we have to look. When you have a lot of planets in one sign, that's very significant. It's pointing in a direction. His sun is in the 4th house of home, family, foundation, right? Home, private life, roots, heritage, family, psychological foundation, subconscious patterns, right? Okay, do we see that? His moon was in Pisces. Imagination, living between realities, intuitive, illusion, fantasy. And his rising sign was in Leo, creative, very creative and wanting to express himself in some way. Okay, so let's take a closer look. Here we see the intensity of the Scorpio. Remember, he has 4 planets in Scorpio. And Pluto is the ruler of Scorpio, the person or the mythology associated with the underworld. Everything that's dark, death and dying, explosions, things, money and power. This is all about the underworld, right? What are the movies that have made him famous? Okay, what are most of his movies about? Mobsters, gangsters, the underworld, money and power, destruction. Okay, do you see the symbolism? Are you beginning to see the connections here? All of his movies have this intensity to them. And he's showing you a story of the families and this mafia thing. Everything's about the family. Remember, he has his sun and another planet in the fourth house of home, feeling, and family. So most of these movies deal with the family, the organization, the foundation, the psychological, the underworld, killing, destruction, deep psychological issues, power, and money. This is all symbolic of the Plutonian energy and how it reveals itself in this man's chart. So he viewed the world through, or he's fascinated with, or obsessed with the mafia and the underworld. And so what does he do? He makes movies about all of this stuff. Okay? So I'm hoping that you see the connection here. And I'm just touching upon a few well-known celebrities in this video to give you an idea of how powerful astrology is. Through the symbolism, through the imagination, through the subtleties, we begin to see these patterns evolving. And when we get later on, when we go deeper into the charts, I shall start to show you the aspects and the connections and everything else, you'll see what I'm talking about. In our next lesson, we're going to dive into astrology in our daily lives. Why is it important? What is it that we could look forward to on a regular basis that's going to be something that we could utilize on a regular basis, because it's very powerful. Every day I kind of know where the moon is. I know where the sun is. I know how it's affecting my birth chart and how to sort of weave in and out of the daily life. So we'll cover that in the next lesson. All right? Well, thank you for joining me, and I look forward to seeing you on the next video. Bye for now. Hi, and welcome back to the next lesson. As you can see by the screen, this one's going to be about astrology in your daily life. I'm going to cover why it's important. I'll have 10 points why this is interesting and important in our daily lives to understand the trends and the cycles and the patterns, because they will make a difference when you understand who you are and how astrology affects you. And so let's dive in and take a look and see what we have going on here. Okay, so here, what are the benefits of astrology? The benefits are that we understand that everything is cyclical in this universe. Everything goes round and round around the sun. And when you begin to understand the cycles and the patterns and the symbolism, you begin to understand you are in tune with those cycles based on your birthday and based on your birth chart. And so the benefits is knowing yourself and knowing the trends, knowing the patterns, and how to interact with them. This is, something that we're coming to realize in a big way. Many of the ancient cultures knew this. And anyone that goes down, deep down into spiritual development and wants to understand things at the deepest level will understand these patterns and cycles, whether it's numerology, whether it's tarot cards, whether it's mathematics. But astrology is one of the most significant ones, because we could literally see these planetary bodies moving around, and we know when they're in a certain position based on our charts that we will somehow be affected by it, And so this is one of the beauty and one of the benefits of understanding astrology, is understanding these cycles and patterns and how they influence us. As I say in many of my videos, we are not our astrology. We are being influenced by that frequency or that energy or that timeline, but it does make a difference. And so we must always remember we are basically spiritual beings in these physical suits having the experience, but the astrology is a major role in understanding that energy. So let's take a little deeper dive. So here's the first part of the benefit of astrology is self-awareness. Daily astrology encourages introspection and self-reflection. Absolutely. By reading daily horoscopes or consulting astrological charts, individuals may gain insights into their personalities, strengths, weaknesses, and patterns of behavior. Absolutely. Now, I do want to make mention that the daily horoscopes are very general because they're what's called sun sign astrology. And it's just basically everyone born under that sign. But as you could tell, everyone's birth chart is completely different. So reading the daily horoscopes is okay to understand where the sun position is, or if they're good writers, you'll understand where the planetary ruler of your chart is, and they will give you a really good overview of the type of energy that's influencing you. But based on my experience, your birth chart, you can't beat your birth chart because that's the day that the planets were aligned in a certain way and they're heavily influencing you. And so once you know, let's say, for instance, that you're a Leo, the sun was in Leo and it's heavily influencing you, you become aware that you need people to interact with because you need to share your ideas and express yourself, and your creative side must come out and the playfulness must come out, as opposed to, let's say, being born under the sign of Scorpio, which is not like a Leo. It is more introspection. It is more wanting to hide out and do things in a quiet way by themselves in the dark, where the Leo energy wants to shine. It wants the spotlight on it. Scorpio energy does not. So you have self-awareness in that regard. And that's, again, at the simplest terms. But also the strengths and the weaknesses, very important. When you know that, let's say you're a Taurus, determination is something that goes along with the sign of Taurus. Or stubbornness, that is part of the sign of Taurus. The weaknesses could be, let's say that you're a Pisces, and the weakness could be alcohol or drugs or something along those lines, where you feel like you're going to give in and you don't know that, you don't know how to deal with that energy. It's also the patterns. You're looking at patterns of recognition. You're looking at patterns of influence that are taking place in your birth chart. So this self-awareness is many levels of self-awareness: strengths, weaknesses, how you project yourself, how you process information, how you think, how you express yourself on an emotional level. There's all kinds of ways to look at yourself in regards to the astrology. So let me give you an example. Let's take this person here, and this is just an example chart, who's born under the sign of Aries. Okay, now what is Aries? As we've discussed earlier, Aries is a fiery, outgoing, impulsive, self-driven, and self-motivated individual. Okay, so here we see that they have a sun in Aries. Okay, great. But then when we look to the ruler of Aries, which is Mars, we look to Mars right there and look at the sign that Mars happens to have been in at the time of this individual's birth. Okay, and it's in Pisces. Mars, the fiery get up and go energy, is now weakened in the sign of Pisces. Not to mention, this individual also has other planets in Pisces. So we see 4 planets in Pisces. We see 2 planets in Aries. And so when we look at this individual, as far as their self-awareness, they realize something about themselves, that they have the potential to be very driven and very motivated, but they also, because of the Mars weakened here, they have the potential of feeling sorry for themselves, feeling much more emotional than a normal Aries. Okay, and they may sabotage themselves from time to time with thinking that they're not worthy, that no one loves them. They keep sacrificing themselves, and nobody exchanges the gratitude. You see, and again, it's just an example, but just you see how the self-awareness for this individual will be kind of tricky for them, because of their Mars being in such a weakened situation. But at least if you know this now, you adjust accordingly. For instance, if there's interaction with other people, you know that there's a tendency to kind of like want to give and give almost to the point where you sacrifice yourself. You back off. You become aware that I'm not going to sacrifice myself or my beliefs or anything because I know I have a tendency to give too much. So you back off a little bit. So you become self-aware of the behavior that is influencing you, especially when the transits occur. Let's say this individual has transits that are going through Pisces at the time, And so this is an individual that's going to start feeling sorry for themselves or wanting to give or help in some way and want to sacrifice themselves to a job or something else that they're working on. Then when the energy shifts into Aries, now they feel more empowered because, the transiting sun is now in a more positive, stronger element. But they have both of this energy in them. So again, self-awareness. And so that's the key. That's one of the keys to understanding and benefits of astrology. The other one obviously goes in hand with personal growth. So daily astrology can serve as a tool for growth and development. By identifying areas for improvement or areas of potential growth indicated by astrological indicators, individuals may strive to cultivate positive traits or overcome obstacles, just as I've described. Now, what this means here is we could dive deeper into, why you're not as motivated, let's just say. If you're born under the sign of Taurus, your motivation is going to be way slower. It's going to be more slow determination. If you're born under the sign, let's say, of Gemini, you are going to be thinking about it, 29 times throughout the day and wanting to think about it and reprocess information. And so it really depends on the astrological alignments that are occurring in the birth chart. But once you begin to recognize these patterns, then the personal growth starts to develop. You begin to see and sense, okay, I've learned this lesson. I'm not going to repeat it again when, let's say, Mercury is retrograde or something like that. Let's take a closer look at a chart. And I do have a Gemini here, an individual who's a Gemini. And so Geminis learn very quickly. They love to learn. They love to process information. So this comes natural for them. And so let's say this Gemini is learning that their Mercury is in Taurus, along with 2 other signs in Taurus. And so now they realize that their thinking is not as quick and not as sharp as, let's say, Mercury in Gemini, the sign that it naturally rules. And so it's starting to understand my personal growth may not necessarily be as quick-witted or, self-expression as a Gemini with stronger Gemini in their charts. And so they'll learn to change the way they present their information, the way they think. They may take a step back before they speak. They may be more geared towards indulgence or things associated with Taurus, enjoying food, being loving creature comforts, good with money or making money. They think about money a lot. It could be any of those, you see. So once the individual, this Gemini here, understands that, there's a personal growth in that, understanding these patterns. And then, of course, when the cycles hit, there's the real growth, because when it's time to make a decision, all right, this Gemini is going to take their time, because their Mercury is in a slower position, to make that decision. So they'll learn how to process information in a different way. There you have personal growth. Okay, so really, it's all in the charts. You see it. Coping with uncertainty. Now, that's a big one, especially if you're a Libra or a Pisces. These 2 signs struggle a lot with making decisions. So I'm not putting any Libras or Pisces down, but generally speaking, that energy, because it's such a duality, trying to weigh things back and forth, it has trouble making decisions. But daily astrology offers a framework for interpreting and making sense of the uncertainties of life. By attributing meaning to cosmic phenomena, individuals may feel more equipped to navigate life's challenges and choices. So let's say, that Libra energy that I was talking about, because Libras are always met with 2 possibilities, 2 choices, because they're constantly trying to balance themselves. So if you know that let's say some of the transits are going on in your chart are in Pisces, now it makes it more difficult for the individual to deal with making choices, But let's say, that Libra energy has Leo energy in it. Leos are very decisive, or Sagittarian energy going on, or the moon is in Sagittarius, or the moon is in Leo. That Libra will make a choice very quickly and will come to terms with understanding that choice. So over time, you'll be able to understand and cope with that uncertainty through understanding the cycles and the patterns. That's how it works. So let's take a look at another example of this individual who happens to be a Libra, and a Libra rising and a Mercury in Libra. So this is someone that, number one, has the sun in the first house, so needs to be seen and heard, and probably attractive. But because of all the heavy Libra in this first chart, this is an individual that's constantly questioning themselves. I'm not sure. I need to rely on other people for decisions. I'm not sure. So let's just say, let's see what they have in positive in their chart here. They have Sagittarius. Okay, this is Sagittarius in this house, which is wonderful. So let's say Jupiter is going through Sagittarius in this part of the chart, or the moon is going through Sagittarius. They'll have a better chance of making a decision. Okay, so there's another benefit of understanding just the moon sign alone and when it's moving and transiting. And so understanding the cycles and the patterns will allow us to cope with the uncertainty, as I'm pointing out here. And so it really is a trend. Let's say there is a powerful new moon or solar eclipse in this first house, and you're a Libra. You're going to now say, all right, it's time to reinvent myself. And I see all these opportunities coming my way, and I want to change my appearance, and I've got all these people following me and wanting to get to know me, and they want to date me and all this other stuff. Now you begin to see the patterns evolving here. That eclipse is now highlighting your first house of identity and self, and so you're dealing with uncertainty of the possibilities of having to engage in a new activity or new people, or coping with the change. And so the best thing to do when dealing with uncertainty is don't overthink it. You'll know when the timing is right. It'll just feel right. It's a gut instinct. And so this is another benefit of understanding astrology and cycles. Emotional support. Now that's a big one, especially if you're a water sign. So for individuals, daily astrology serves as a source of emotional support during challenging times. Reading positive horoscopes or receiving affirming astrological guidance may uplift their spirits and provide comfort. Absolutely. Heavily sensitive water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, when they know that the planets are aligned in more water signs, this just adds to the emotional instability. It's like the tide is rising and there's more water in the pool, or whatever. And so it's almost overwhelming at times. So they will find someone when the timing is right. Let's just say an optimistic Leo, or a Leo moon, or a Mars in Leo. They may take some of that emotional instability and say, you know what, I need to pull myself together. I need to be strong. I need to, move forward. Or one of the earth signs. By the way, the elements are very important, as I pointed out in previous videos. Water and earth work very well together, just like fire and air signs work well together. So if you look at the modalities of each of the signs and what they represent, fire, water, air, earth, and you see the commonality there. There's also right there another indicator of a beneficial matchup. When we get into relationships, I will talk about that as well. But emotional support, absolutely, depending on where the energy is in your chart, could be very helpful. Okay, let's take this individual. We have a Cancer. Okay, we have a Cancer with a Mercury in Cancer. And we haven't even gotten to the North Node yet. That's the moon's nodes. And I will cover that in another video. But it's in the 12th house. So their Sun and their Mercury are in the 12th house of limitations, sensation, spirituality. So let's say this Cancer individual is highly sensitive, highly emotional, highly, left alone, or wants to be by themselves, and they're not sure. So they always feel insecure or uncertain about their feelings towards others or others towards them. So, but they have an Aries moon. So they have the ability to muster up energy when they need it. And so let's say they meet somebody in their lives that is an Aries, or the moon happens to be in Aries, or something very strong in Aries comes into their life, whether it's a transit, whether it's a person, whatever. They will now change their dynamic and feel like they could lean on that person or that energy, that timeline, so they could feel better, so they could muster up the confidence that they need to, get by and to make things happen and not feel so sorry or feel so emotional. You see how it works? And so this is another benefit of astrology, is sometimes the right sign comes into our lives for a reason. What I've learned over the years is that this source, whatever it is always trying to balance equations. So if you have a lot of heavy water in your chart and you're super sensitive, the universe will bring you another person or another situation to balance that. For instance, this individual could attract a Capricorn. That's an earth sign that works well with a Cancer, or a Taurus, or a Virgo. These will work well to balance the equation. So here is another example of emotional support through the astrology. Very beneficial to understand this. Guidance, absolutely guidance, following the trends and seeing the patterns. So many people turn to daily astrology for guidance in decision making, which is something I thoroughly, enjoy doing. But I tell people these days, it's a wonderful tool, but don't get addicted to it, because you want your intuition. You want to start trusting your intuition, because that is the most powerful force you have. And I'm not talking about your mind. I'm talking about that feeling, that gut feeling, that feeling that this feels right. I got to do this. I know this is the right thing to do. That is very important. So daily horoscopes are great as a guide, and you want to know what the positions are, but use your own intuition after a while, because that's going to guide you a lot easier once you keep practicing. They may seek advice on matters related to relationships, absolutely, career choices, finances, or personal development based on astrological interpretations. Now, this is what astrology is really known for, guidance. And by that, I usually like to tell clients, and I tell people, that these are trends and patterns and cycles. And so what we're looking at is possibilities that are opening up based on the astrological movements and where things are going and how they're developing. And this is the benefit of that guidance. And especially when it comes to relationships, because a lot of people, meet somebody, and if they're smart, they know what sign they are, but then later on they get their birth information and they start really dissecting their chart, and then they begin to see, okay, are we compatible here? Is there something here that's very compatible? And then I begin to break down the astrology in each person. And that makes it a wonderful way of, looking at things and comparing things. And everything else, personal development, we already covered. We know that. Career choices, absolutely. What is the individual suited for? If they're, let's say, a Taurus, they do heavy work. They could do construction, things that are solid and strong. And, this is what Taurus energy is built for, as opposed to being an Aquarian, let's say. You guys are the brainy ones of the zodiac. So you might go into science and become a chemist of some kind, or something to do with technology. So it absolutely could benefit you by understanding and having guidance towards a certain area of your life. So let's look at example number 5 here. This person happens to be a Leo, born under the sign of Leo. And so if this person was coming to me for guidance in, let's say, career, I would say, okay, you have a great alignment of the Leo in the 10th house, so you get a lot of attention. Are you a performer? Do you work in government? Or do you deal with the public on a regular basis? And so on and so forth. And then they may, let's say, want to know about a contract or an agreement or something that they're dealing with that they need important guidance. So I will look at their chart and I will see when the trends are more favorable. So we want to see, let's say, planets or alignments in Sagittarius or Aries, another favorable, because these are favorable fire signs. Or we want to see contracts and agreements in, say, Taurus, something that's going to benefit their chart. So you begin to see the pattern, and you begin to see the guidance. And if you start doing this yourself on a personal level, you go, oh well, I see the new moon coming up in Leo. This might be a good time for me to sign that contract or agreement. Or let's say that new moon activates something to do with relationships. So all of a sudden you begin to get excited because now something new has developed, and this relationship is developing. So there's many different factors to the way you can interpret guidance, especially when it comes to decision making. But it's very helpful when you have planets and energies that are favorable in the chart, like this Leo energy here, okay? And you have other fiery energies or air signs, because remember, fire and water work well. And so guidance and understanding, and when the right time to do contracts and agreements, or when there's a great time to start an exercise program. Let's say under a new moon in Aries, or a new moon in Leo, or a new moon in Sagittarius. These are all fiery, get up and go kind of signs, and these are the best times to start new programs around a new moon. So another example of how astrology could benefit you. Understanding of cosmic rhythms. That's a big one, and that's kind of a given, but daily astrology fosters an appreciation for the interconnectedness between celestial phenomena and human experiences. By observing the cyclical nature of astrological patterns, individuals may develop a deeper understanding of the rhythms of life. Absolutely. Everything in this universe is energy. This is what I was shown in some of my deep meditations years ago, that there were waves of energy coming in, many of them from galactic center, and as they come into our atmosphere and into our galaxy, the planets act as guitars on a string. They begin to move and vibrate and jitter, and then the earth is in that mix. So by understanding these rhythms, these cosmic rhythms, these waves, and that's how you have to interpret astrology, is waves and patterns and energy on the deepest level, in a cellular level, you begin to make better choices. You begin to see, and I'll give you a perfect example, the seasons. We know we have 4 seasons for the most part. And so you're not going to, take your bathing suit if you're going to go skiing, in terms of outdoor activity. I mean, they may have a pool at the ski lodge, but you're not going to go and take your ski clothes to the beach, and this is the cycles, understanding the cycles. You're not going to do that in the summertime if you live in the northern hemisphere, and so understanding the cycles and rhythms and patterns. So let's see, I've got an example here, chart. This is an individual who's born under the sign of Aquarius, okay? And there's other planets in Aquarius here. So this person will begin to sort of sense or understand when the energy is favorable for them to do certain things, okay? So let's say because they have quite a few planets in Aquarius, the time of year would be around Aquarius, because that's a favorable cycle or rhythm for them because it's in tune with them. Or any of the other air signs, Gemini or Libra, they will know that that is a very good time to engage in certain patterns of behavior or activity because they understand the rhythm and the cycle. Not only that, another indicator is our bodies. Our bodies are actually tuning forks. And so there's another way of looking at things by trusting your intuition and your sensitivity and getting in tune with those cycles of the universe. And that's what I do. By spending time in nature, as I've pointed out in many videos, that you get in tune with the cycles. You begin to feel the cycles. You begin to feel the rhythms. Just like a lot of the Native American cultures. They used to spend a lot of time outside before technology and television, and they would sense the wind. They would sense the sky. They would sense the moon. They would sense the sun. They would sense the clouds, the animals, and they would get in tune with these cycles. And this is the benefit of astrology. When understanding when the moon is in a certain position, especially if it's a full moon, that's going to affect the certain rhythm of the body, because the moon is associated with water, and it affects the tides on the earth. It affects the water in our body. It affects the blood, you see, and especially if you're an Aquarian. Aquarian rules the blood. And so this is something like, for instance, if this individual was having some sort of surgery, I would suggest to them not to have it during a difficult moon cycle because it would be difficult for healing. It would take longer. Okay? And so when you understand the rhythms and the cycles, you begin to adjust accordingly. Timing of activity. That's a big one in astrology. Obviously, everything is about timing in astrology. That's all we have on this physical world is we have time, and that's what we've been given here in this reality is time. So some individuals use daily astrology to plan their daily activity or events. They may consult astrological calendars or daily forecasts to determine auspicious times for initiating projects, schedule meetings, or making important decisions. Absolutely. Over the years, I've had many clients come to me, hey, I want to launch a business. Hey, I need some surgery. Hey, I want to do this. Hey, when can I apply for that? What's a good time to apply for a loan, a business loan, or a grant of some kind? Absolutely. Astrology is a great benefit for all of that. And so let's take a look at one of the charts. And I absolutely used a Capricorn, a sun in Capricorn, moon in Capricorn. And by the way, Capricorn is associated with time, timing. Okay, remember it's Saturn, so it's father time. And so here we see if this Capricorn here, and Capricorns generally do this anyway, everything that I just described in that last slide, calculating, figuring things out, and being very methodical is something that Capricorns naturally do. So let's add the element of astrology to this. Okay, so if this Capricorn is very smart, and I'm sure that they are, they will begin to say, okay, I am going to start a new job. When should I start looking? And so I see that in my astrology software or my book, my Ephemeris. The Ephemeris is a book that describes the alignments without the computer. When can I start this job? Oh, wait, I see a new moon coming up in Capricorn in about a month. Or I see a new moon coming up in Cancer. That's the opposite sign of Capricorn. This could be beneficial. I think I'm going to be needing to leave this job. When should I do it? Okay, this full moon coming up, this lunar eclipse coming up. I think it's time to leave this job. I feel like it's time to go, and I'm going to figure it out, based on the astrology. So there's another benefit of understanding cycles is the timing aspect of it. Absolutely very important. To adjust to the timing and to, try and get as close as you can to the cycle that's favorable to make decisions. See, it's all tied in, all one and the same. Community and belonging. Absolutely. The astrology community is a very strong one. I can just tell you, when I started out early on and I had a lot of the older astrologers, it was great to be around them because they were so knowledgeable and so wise. And by the way, a lot of those old-time astrologers used to do it by hand. This is before the computer. So they had their Ephemeris book out. They would get all the information. They would calculate everything by hand. And those were some of the most amazing astrologers because they had to physically look at the alignments because they were creating them. They had to look in the book and see where, let's say, the sun was or where Mars was. And they could see and calculate the charts by hand on paper. And so we're kind of lucky today we have technology to take care of all of those little details that the program takes care of. But there's a belonging, the astrology community is very strong. But in your personal life, it's a given. Look at the platform we have created here. This is an astrology platform because there's so many people that are like-minded. And astrology is associated with Aquarius, which is all about a community. So here we have an opportunity to interact and communicate with others on the same wavelength, so to speak, about astrology. So engaging with daily astrology can create a sense of belonging with a community of like-minded individuals who share similar beliefs and interests. This sense of community can provide validation and support for individuals exploring their spiritual or metaphysical beliefs. Absolutely. I've been in many metaphysical stores, and all the people in there, for the most part, are very friendly. They want to help. They understand cycles and patterns. They understand symbolism. So it's actually a great community to be around. Yes, there's some strange people. some are, but that's life. People, there's strange people everywhere. But it is an added benefit here of understanding astrology. It's like you have this, wisdom or knowledge of the universe right at your hands, and you have like some sort of special access to it, and other people do, and you recognize that in the community. So let's look at another example. Here's a Taurus. Okay, 3 planets in Taurus. So this Taurus, let's say, spends a lot of time by themselves and they're not sure, but they go into a metaphysical store and now they start making friends with others and they start realizing, hey, these people are kind of cool and I'm going to break out of my comfort zone, because Taurus like to be very repetitive and they're very much stuck in their ways many times. But they go and understand that it's a good cycle. Let's just say a new moon. Let's say a new moon in Aquarius strikes them, or a solar eclipse in an Aquarius strikes them. They'll break out of their comfort zone and go, you know what? I'm open to new experiences. I'm going to try something new. So right away, they may go to a metaphysical store, and all of a sudden, they are interacting with people that they feel comfortable around or find interesting, and they're engaging in conversation. So it's definitely a way of interacting with other people, especially when you get into relationships, personal relationships or friendly relationships. Hey, what sign are you? Oh, I'm this sign, I'm that sign. My moon is here, my moon is there. You're right away, you start a conversation. It's great for making conversations with other people and engaging in sort of local friendly activity. So you can see another benefit. Cultural and spiritual connection. Now this is big. Okay, so let me read this real quickly. For many cultures, astrology holds significant cultural and spiritual significance. Daily astrology can provide a connection to ancestral traditions and spiritual practices, fostering a deeper sense of cultural identity and heritage. Absolutely. All of these ancient cultures before technology basically revered the understanding of the cycles and the patterns in human behavior. And these cultures continued this for thousands of years, as I've shown you in many of the other videos. And so this could make you feel like you have a connection to these ancient cultures. I often do. I feel, Egypt is very important to me, or the Babylonian times and all of that, because in some way my consciousness understands that era, or maybe I was a part of that era in another lifetime. And so by understanding astrology and these cycles, sometimes we get glimpses into the past and the spiritual connection that we had with these ancient cultures. I've often done readings where the psychic stuff took over, and I began to see where the client's cultural background was, like hundreds of years ago, someplace in, let's say, Ireland, like the Celtic community, or they were in, let's say, India, and they were Hindus in one of the the temples that they have there. So you could see the connections in the astrology charts as well, and those houses, and I'll get into that right now. So here's another example. Let's say this is a person who's born Virgo. Now Virgos love to analyze everything. Let's just say this Virgo is curious about their past life and their connection to the past. So in astrology, we want to look to the 12th house, the 8th house, and the 4th house. When we have planets in them like this is Chiron, and Mars here, but no planets in the 12th, this individual had a very prominent past life because we have a strong Venus here in the 8th. So her relationship was something of very great importance to society, or very well known. And then she has an alignment here in Mars in Aries. This is a person that was very busy in a past life. And so it's very possible this individual was having to do with something to do with farming, because Mars is in Aries. So you see what I'm talking about here. When you know the astrology, you begin to see patterns, and you begin to see the past as well, especially if somebody has strong planets in all 3 of these houses. You begin to see those cycles. You begin to see the trends, and you get to tune into them. And you begin to see, hey, I was part of this culture in another lifetime, and I remember this. I feel like I had a connection there. And you validate it with the astrology and the movements. So very, very interesting. Sense of purpose, one of the biggest ones, obviously. When you know what you're meant to do in your birth chart, when you know, like, let's say you're midheaven, the highest point in your chart, and you know the North Node, this is what you're striving for in this lifetime, this could be a great benefit to you, from an astrological standpoint. So daily astrology can provide individuals with a sense of purpose or direction by highlighting potential opportunities or challenges that may encounter in their daily lives. This can help them align their actions with their goals and aspirations. Absolutely. When you say, let's just say you're a certain sign, you're a Gemini, and you know that you love to express yourself. You know that talking or writing is something that you're passionate about. You begin to see that in the birth chart. You begin to see how it's aligned, and you begin to have a sense of purpose. This is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to write books. I'm supposed to talk. You become more confident. You become more aware of what you want and what you don't want. Your goals become more defined. And so you begin to see that pattern and you start to move in that direction. And then sometimes when the things are challenging, you begin to back off. You go, you know what? It's not the right time. And, the aspects in my chart are really difficult. I got a lunar eclipse coming up in this position of my chart. This is not going to be an easy one. I've got to deal with this. So you begin to, your sense of purpose changes because you're in a cycle that's very strong or difficult. So here's another example of this individual, born under the sign of Sagittarius along with Jupiter and Mercury, but it's in retrograde. So this is a person that's very fortunate, very high profile, very driven, and their sense of purpose almost comes easy to them. So they are constantly questioning. Sagittarians love to question their purpose. And so this person is not quite sure. They've achieved everything they wanted in the world: money, success, fame. Now what's my purpose? And so I would suggest teaching, because Sagittarian energy is very much a teacher. They love knowledge and they love sharing knowledge. So you see how the sense of purpose would change once you know that your Sagittarian energy or the trends or the activity is going to be in a much stronger position for you in the years to come, and your sense of purpose. And the North Node is also what we're striving for, along with the midheaven, which this person has in Sagittarius, this is the teacher and philosopher, and this is dealing with the community and maybe a spiritual community. Maybe this person is going to be leading a group of people in some way. You see, so there's a strong sense of purpose when you realize this, when you realize, oh my God, my chart is really indicating that I should be a teacher and I should be speaking and I should be sharing knowledge. And that's how it works. Anyway, astrology could help us understand the cycles, patterns, and trends so you can make better decisions. That's what astrology does best. And it's so many different levels that it can be used. There's so many different types of astrology. We're just touching upon the basics here, but this is a very important topic, because as long as we have planets up there and as long as we're going around the sun, we begin to see these cycles and how they affect us. And like I said, there's cycles, patterns, and trends that influence us. And always remember, we are spiritual beings, but these cycles are definitely a part of our being. Anyway, I want to thank you all for watching this video and completing the first module in this series. I look forward to talking to you soon in Module 2. This will be more deeper. We're going to dive in deeper into different areas. And we're going to cover a lot more information. And we're going to, go down the rabbit hole of astrological counseling, to the point where after you're done with all of these modules, you will absolutely be able to figure out a chart and be able to decode it and maybe even, help others if that's what you choose to do. Anyway, thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you soon on the next module. Bye for now. Hi, congratulations on completing the course. I hope you enjoyed it. Now that you've seen the power of astrology, how'd you like to learn more? This was only Module 1 of my 6-module program. Module 2 is all about decoding your natal chart, while Module 3 is all about forecasting and predicting. Module 4 is all about relationships and synastry. Module 5 is all about personal growth, decision-making, and spirituality. And last but not least, Module 6 is all about esoteric astrology, all about astrology and secret societies, ancient civilizations, prophecies, and more. So, if you want to dive deeper into astrology, understanding your birth chart, seeing the trends and making predictions, and how it all works, then click the link below and join the inner circle. You'll get full access to my astrology courses instantly. This is a 6-module program in all, so click now. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye for now.